The American people will come first once again.
The grassroots can organize and take on all the powers that be and defeat them.
Not all leaders are born. Leaders can be made. You can make yourself a leader.
Be a leader to make a difference. And I did believe and do believe that we can do it.
But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again.
We need you, and we can do it if we work together.
We are called to be faithful and to give it everything we've got and leave it all on this field. And then we trust Him for the outcome.
We have the talent and the resources and the commitment of people right here in this room to turn our country around, to turn it in the right direction instead of the left direction.
We will honor the American people with the truth and nothing else.
You're either for the Constitution or you're not. You either believe in the Constitution the way the people wrote it, and you believe in the laws the way that we, the people, wrote them, or you want to impose your own values.
And we do need leaders like you in the conservative movement who have the courage of your convictions and who you can get other people to come along and join you.
We are counting on you to educate your representatives and public officials about these issues.
There is nothing that we cannot accomplish according to the grace of Almighty God who we serve. There's no victory we cannot win. There are no odds too long.
It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before.
Welcome to the 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly's Collegian Summit. It's a little different than we expected to do it this year. Each year we meet in person. This time it's virtual. We're sorry about that. We look forward so much to gathering with all the different college students and seeing friends of old and also making new friends. We begin, as we do at every one of our Collegians events tonight. We spend 4 hours together, but we begin with a word of prayer, and then we'll begin with the great pledge of allegiance to our incredible flag. So if you'll please join me in a moment of prayer. Father God, we ask you to bless this time together and bless the participants that have joined, the college students, the students of all types, some of our alumni of our program, and new faces and new friends. Bless all of our time together and bless those participants. Bless our speakers in a special way. Bless our staff that has worked so hard to get ready for this. Just bless this time together and make it a special time of truth, of learning, of energizing as we go forward. Father, we thank you for the gift of life. The life of each of the college students that are with us, all these great collegians that inspire us with their energy, with their excitement, and with their bright futures. We just thank you, Lord, for all that you've given us. And we say one last word of thanksgiving, Lord, for the gift of Phyllis Schlafly, who launched this program and so many others, not for her own fame, although she achieved it, not for her own wisdom, although she had it, but no, because she loved America so much, and she thought America served we the people, and the people, that the gift that you gave us, which is human life. So we thank you for Phyllis and all she did, and ask you again to bless this event together. I pray for this in the name of Jesus. Amen. And we turn and do the Pledge of Allegiance, if you will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, thank you everybody for gathering. Let me sit down without pulling off the mics and everything. Great to be with you. Boy, I wish we were together. We have such a good time, to be together at our Collegians Summit here in Washington, D.C. I am broadcasting virtually from our Washington, D.C. headquarters. And we're so proud. Ever since 1981, Phyllis Schlafly began a presence in Washington, D.C. so that we could help influence what was happening. And we're so proud of the work we do here. And I hope we'll hope to see you, all of you, next year at our Collegian Summit, which will be back in person in D.C. So we've got unbelievable guests. Speakers, as we usually do. The Collegian Summit, to tell you more about it, we'd get together and usually over about 2.5 days, we would have speakers, discussion, we'd build relationships amongst ourselves and meet all these young people. We'd also have congressmen and senators, leaders in the administration come through. And our goal in this summit is to give you, the college students, opportunities to become better educated, to understand issues, and also look to your future, what we can do to try to help you and help our country. We're also aware of the pressing issues of our time. One of the things that we, the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and you've probably heard of us under lots of names, Eagle Forum, Educational Legal Defense Fund. There's a group that's called the America's Future that does some of our work. RNC for Life is another group that does great work on our pro-life issues. All these different groups, we call them the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. But what we want to do and what we strive to do is know what's important. What's happening in policy and politics to make a difference. So that's what we're going to try to do together. Let me encourage you to ask questions. We have going to have great guests together, and our first guest is going to be Sidney Powell in just one moment. But you have the opportunity on whatever platform you're watching tonight to ask questions. You can send those questions in. They will put it up on my screen. I'll make sure to ask our folks and ask our guests, and we're excited to have that interaction. So please feel free, again, to do that and to follow up. If you're watching this on recording right now, if you're watching it live, that's easy. If you're watching on recording, we in the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles are happy to assist you any questions you have. So our next guest is Sidney Powell. Sidney Powell is well, even before she became so well known now, she was an accomplished attorney, especially had been a prosecutor, but had especially been aware of the challenges of the federal prosecutors on the American citizens. And she wrote a very well regarded book. It's this book here. It's called License to Lie. It's an extraordinary book. I recall hearing from Newt Gingrich, you got to read this, and I read it and said, I can't believe how important this book seems. And that was, in fact, license2lie.com is a website that Sidney operates. You can buy the book there and see more of her writings. She also has a more recent book out, which is called Conviction Machine, which is standing up to the federal prosecutorial abuse. So she's been a leader for, I'd say, about a decade on this question of how is some of the prosecutorial abuse happening. And then in the midst of all this, maybe one of the greatest injustices in American public life and in our legal system, General Mike Flynn's prosecution and what's continuing to drag on. In the middle of that, he decided, I need to get Sidney Powell. So Sidney Powell is his attorney. So first of all, let me stop talking and say welcome to Sidney Powell. Thanks for joining us, Sidney.
Oh, my pleasure, Ed. Thanks for having me.
So first, let me ask you the question a lot of our students are saying. You've had, over the years, well, you have your own children too, but you've had lots of students and interns. What do you say to young people right now? It seems like a crazy world where we're watching these young people come out of college, or maybe they're in the middle of college. How do you tell them to be encouraged?
Well, it is a crazy world, but each one of us can do whatever we can do to make it better. I mean, the power of one is still remarkable. I mean, I never got into law thinking I'd ever need to write a book. And the only reason I wrote it was because what I saw was so bad, I couldn't get the system to work and fix it, so I just had to do it. Right. So people need to find their calling and continue to pursue it for justice and all things right and faith and all things that make America good, regardless.
We're talking to Sidney Powell, and license2lie.com is that website I mentioned. Sidney, tell us about, before we get to General Flynn, in this book you talk about the corruption in the Department of Justice over the last 20 years, I'd say. And tell me what you saw when you became a young lawyer. You said, this is what I care to do. And that, down to today, how things changed. And why do you think they changed?
I think they changed because people began realizing they could promote their own careers and self-interest by using the law as a weapon instead of as a means for resolving problems and disputes. And so this core group of corrupt prosecutors would do anything to win cases. They were targeting individuals based on their own social or perceived injustices without regard to the law. They were making up crimes. They were making up facts. They were making innocent conduct sound criminal. They destroyed Arthur Anderson and 85,000 jobs for nothing, only to be reversed by a unanimous Supreme Court 2 years later. They sent 4 innocent Merrill Lynch executives to prison while they hid the evidence that showed they were innocent and made up crimes against them, too. And these people wound up being promoted by President Obama, and they were chosen initially by Bush people to serve on the Enron task force. And then they were promoted to the highest halls of government by Obama, who made one of the worst ones his White House counsel, another one his counterterrorism advisor. Another one was, of course, Andrew Weissman, who came back to the fraud section of the Department of Justice under Leslie Caldwell, who was involved in it too, and had been deputy director and general counsel of the FBI under Robert Mueller. I mean, these people stick together tighter than thieves and protect each other. They protected each other through the whole thing. There was always one of them in the Department of Justice to look out for the others.
I just already got a question from one of our viewers, Sidney. We're talking with Sidney Powell, and they said, what will happen to General Flynn? And as you know, maybe I'll expand the question. People have watched this and said, well, they dropped the case. I mean, they dropped the case in May. And so one of our viewers, a college student, said, what's going to happen to him? Tell us where we are with that and what you expect.
Well, right now we're waiting for Judge Sullivan to rule on the government's motion to dismiss and on our motion to disqualify him, which I believe required his immediate disqualification, but obviously that's being denied because he hasn't disqualified himself, and I was pretty sure it would be denied, but I had to file it to make the record anyway. And, he was told to do it with appropriate dispatch. We are almost 200 days since the government filed its motion to dismiss, and it's been over 2 weeks now since the hearing on the motion to dismiss. But effectively, Judge Sullivan picked up the mantle of the prosecutors, appointed his own friend, Mr. John Gleason, to pursue the prosecution of General Flynn, and the D.C. Circuit majority allowed him to do it. So the public has gotten a real education in how our judicial system works at its very, very worst.
So what will happen to him? What can we expect? I mean, first of all, it looks like it'll just drag on, that no matter what the system, as someone said, they called it lawfare, and meaning, warfare by use of law, and that the punishment is the process. The process is the punishment. I mean, are we more hearing? I guess, is there any way to know?
I don't think there's going to be another hearing. Judge Sullivan has the motions before him. He has to rule on them. If he doesn't do it with some degree of dispatch, we'll have to seek another mandamus against him. But I don't expect to have another hearing on it unless it happens to be in the Supreme Court, because General Flynn will be exonerated. He has to dismiss with prejudice. If he doesn't, the Supreme Court will. The law is that clear.
Right. We're talking with Sidney Powell. Sidney, I got another question earlier today where I was had to exchange with some of the students that I knew would be coming on, and asked, why is it that all these people that have clearly done something wrong don't seem to be held accountable? Why does that keep happening? That there's clearly people that did bad things. Is it because they were somehow careful enough not to break a law, even though it looks like they treated people unfairly? But why is no one being held accountable?
There were multiple laws broken. Making up a crime against someone is obstruction of justice. They falsified documents to a federal court that are required to be sworn under penalty of perjury and verified. They have lied to Congress and other investigators. There are multiple crimes that have been committed. I am appalled it has taken as long as it has. I understand it's a complex investigation, and I hope the delay simply means that John Durham is doing everything right and will have all the T's crossed and I's dotted before he pulls the trigger on indictments. And I'm sure coronavirus crap helped hold it up to some extent also. But I agree with everyone. It's absolutely appalling that a lot more wasn't done faster to hold each of these people accountable for what is clear criminal conduct.
So what's the, for college students, they're sitting there and they're saying, okay, I'm a political science major, or I'm a whatever major, and I think I might go to law school. But boy, the system seems to not work well right now. And system seems rigged. If you're Hillary Clinton, you'll get away with it. If you're John Brennan, you'll get away with it. If you're General Flynn, you'll get your life turned upside down for 4 years. Why would anybody want to go into that system? Why would it be a positive thing to do?
Because we need more good people who see the corruption to get in there and fix it. People used to ask me years ago, decades ago now, why I was going to law school. There were too many lawyers. And my standard answer was, there are not enough good ones.
Right.
We still have that same problem. And they also need to be working every day on the phone banks for Republican candidates, or knocking on doors for Republican candidates, to make sure we paint this country red in this election. It's absolutely imperative to restore the rule of law, that we get Donald Trump a second term. Frankly, he was robbed of his first term, but look how much good he did nonetheless. And imagine what he can do with the mandate that the people need to give him to drain the swamp that is now so painfully apparent is pervasive in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere.
That's what I was just going to say. License to Lie probably is the first. It's the first real. You just use license to lie instead of drain the swamp. It's really drain the swamp is the challenge, because the swamp monsters come back and forth. They go in and out. They go out to high-paying jobs and come back in and come back out. And so you got to see that. Did the president, was he able to get some of that done? I know the frustration in your part about the Department of Justice and the Muller investigation and all. I mean, are you confident it's directionally the right way, even if it's not sufficient yet?
Yes, I think it's heading in the right direction, but it's been way too slow and not nearly widespread enough. There's probably, we need a major culture change at the Department of Justice and the FBI to go back to their true mission to seek the truth and to seek justice and not convictions. We've lost that in spades over the last 20 years. It's done nothing but get worse.
We're talking right now with Sidney Powell, and we're taking questions from folks on whatever platform you're on. If you put a question in, our team will put them up. Sidney, one of the themes of our Collegians Summit is to talk to the students about what they're hearing in their schools, a lot of them at the universities, from history professors or poli-sci or whoever that are just off base. American exceptionalism. The president gave a speech a month ago, and later on in the Eagles in this summit, we'll talk with John Schlafly about that speech at the. I think he did form the 1776 commission there and said we're going to educate our children to be patriotic and to be celebrating the Constitution, not running it down. How do you feel about that part of it? I know you said you got to have every individual's got to get in there and fight and make their way, but over the kind of overarching in the country, the problem of people saying America's not good enough and say socialism is better, and people say that with a straight face, and you say you don't know what you're talking about.
They don't. A lot of them think it means being more friendly with other people. What people think of as socialism is bizarre. And we are not becoming socialists, we're becoming fascists in the truest sense of the definition, because corporate America is now merging with the left to enforce all these outrageous policies that divide us and cause us to be submissive to ridiculous mandates. It's very concerning. Look at what Twitter and Google and all the big social media giants are doing, deciding what you can listen to, what you can hear, what you can see, what you can think about. They're greatly influencing or trying to influence the election. So we have to rely more on independent media outlets and our own research and truth seeking to get to the bottom of what's really going on.
Yeah. Sidney, I don't know if you saw this, and I kind of smile as I say it because I know it'll get you going. I've talked enough about this issue with you, but the World Health Organization said a few days ago that lockdowns of the economy are the wrong approach, if you can believe it, and that people shouldn't do that because why? The World Health Organization said it'll impact too many people in the community you're living in if you shut down the economy, especially low-income folks that won't have a job, won't have daycare, won't have help. And what we watched in this country where the bureaucrats, the scientists said to President Trump, you've got to shut down the economy. He listened to those scientists now, and then he said, we can't do this. We got to go back to work. I guess the World Health Organization finally agrees with Trump, but after we spent 6 months of our national life in this kind of in-between land, it's extraordinary to see the power of these bureaucrats.
And how many trillions of dollars have been lost? How many small businesses have been completely devastated and shut down? How many lives have been lost to suicide? How many children have been abused and neglected? The overall costs of this disastrous lockdown that many Democratic governors are still continuing, and frankly, some Republican governors. I'm very unhappy with Governor Abbott in Texas, who needs to open everything up and should have done it ages ago. And stop this mask mandate. We all know they don't work to stop the virus. If you feel like you want to wear one, wear it, but don't mandate that someone else wear it. That should be a matter of individual choice in any free society.
All right. Sidney, I got some comments on Facebook. Thank you for what you do for General Flynn. He's American patriot. We're praying for the truth to come out. Another one, thank you for defending General Flynn. He needed you. Praying for a quick and full dismissal. One more, and I'll finish with this question because this is a good one. When will you, Sidney Powell, run for office? Will you run for president after Trump? And then, of course, you've had this question before. Will you go in and run the FBI in the second term of Trump? So any comment after you get General Flynn off, you've taken on that Herculean task. You know, maybe you can, I guess you can't split the atom. That was already done, but you could do something else. But will you run for office or serve in the administration? What's that look like?
If the president asks me to serve, I will do my dead level best to serve and help him drain the swamp as it should have been done 4 years ago.
All right. Okay. Well, it sounds good. I'll let him know. Thank you, Sidney. As always, license2lie.com is a place you can go to find everything. Where else should people go to keep track of what's going on with General Flynn in your case, in the case?
SidneyPowell.com, SIDNEY. And follow me on Twitter at Sidney Powell, the number 1. But you can sign up for updates on the website, and we send out things when anything of significant happens with the court.
Okay.
And I think we're going to get some more documents sometime soon. I think there's still more evidence to come.
Okay. SidneyPowell.com and Sidney Powell 1 at Sidney Powell 1 on Twitter. We'll make sure to put it out there on social media. Thank you, Sidney, for taking the time. I know it's busy, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. And thank you all for your prayers and support. We feel them.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Sidney Powell. And I'll make sure everybody that's watching on the Collegian Summit, we'll put all this information up as we go on our notes and on social media, so you can make sure to follow it. In fact, later on in this summit, we'll hear from Joe Flynn, the brother of General Mike Flynn, who's going to talk particularly about how President Trump has helped veterans. So we'll look forward to that. Okay, I want to introduce our next, we're going to go on Skype again with our next guest on this is a gentleman named Tim Goeglein, and he's spoken before at Collegians Summit, our Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. He's the president of External Relations for Focus on the Family. He's an extraordinarily talented guy. You'll be very impressed, and he's very accessible to students. He encouraged me before we're getting ready for this that any time he can, he would love to interact with students and encourage them. So let's watch this interview and discussion with Tim Goeglein of Focus on the Family. Well, welcome back, everyone. It's a great privilege to invite our next guest. I'm almost the perfect guy to talk about Collegians. You know, it's the 27th annual, I keep saying it, 27th annual Collegian Summit. Phyllis Schlafly started these so many years ago. Our next guest is Tim Goeglein, and Tim has had a long career. He's not even that old, but he's had a long career in government and out of government on the issues that are pro-family. And so when we're talking to our collegians in these hours together, we've been talking about, well, what do college people, what should they be looking for? What's the future looking like? And Tim's got a unique perspective. Let me run through some of his qualifications. He was a special assistant to President George W. Bush, which is, interesting enough, Deputy Director of the White House Office of Liaison. If you don't know what that is, the Office of Public Liaison is kind of the office that is talking to the community, especially conservatives, and bringing back the message to the president. But here's what's interesting about that is Tim spent almost, I think we'll ask him, almost 7 years plus with the president. A lot of times people go into those jobs and they're there for a year or two, or maybe a little longer, and they're out. So he did that, and he currently serves as a senior advisor to a great organization, Focus on the Family. He's senior advisor to the president, and he's the vice president for external relations in Washington, D.C. Focusonthefamily.com. He wrote a book, which is great to read. I enjoy that one especially, called The Man in the Middle, Faith and Politics in the George W. Bush Era, all about his experience and all. And he has a new book, which is I'm going to ask him about. He's done a whole bunch of things, and he's a really pleasant, kind presence in Washington, D.C., in a place that's full of not just swamp, but swamp creatures. So, Tim, welcome to the Collegians Summit. How are you today?
It is great to be with you. I'm doing just fine, Ed. It's a real honor to be with you and to be with all the collegians.
Well, thanks, Tim. The first question, let me ask you that is, it's a different world, right? The world is so different for young people, not even COVID, even before COVID it was, but how do you encourage college students, and how do you tell them, hey, as you're looking at these issues and what you care about, what's going on? I know in your book, we'll talk a minute about how you talk about the future, but college students are facing a really strange time in many ways.
You know, it really is a strange time. It's an uneven time. It's a time that most of us, regardless of our age, Ed, say is unlike any other time that we've ever lived through. But I am genuinely an incorrigible optimist. I'm a hopefulist, as I've said before, because I'm a man of faith. But I want to be very direct to all the people who are watching or listening to us. The future is really going to be good. It's bright. It's going to get brighter. You know, America, Ed, has gone through incredibly difficult times. A civil war that resulted in 700,000 dead Americans, 2 world wars, a Great Depression, a Great Recession. And America, has something in common. Having come through all of those things, we come through even stronger. So I never bet against America. And to every single one of the people who is with us today, buckle up, because it's going to be a very bright future. And I'm not saying that as a nostalgist, or a sentimentalist. I really believe it. I have 2 sons who are in their 20s. Life in America is going to get better.
We're talking with Tim Goeglein. Again, he's the vice president for external relations at Focus on the Family. Their Twitter feed is @FocusFamily. Tim, all that time, years in the White House, what's your favorite memory of the White House, of the George W. Bush White House?
My favorite memory, Ed, is the way that our nation came through 9/11. I was in the White House the day of 9/11. Wow. I remember those 48 hours. It's seared into my mind and heart. And you mentioned my first book. I wrote at length about 9/11. I simply called the chapter "Lightning Out of a Clear Blue Sky." But I'll tell you why it's, despite that, a great memory, which is it's the way that Americans responded. Rush Limbaugh very recently received a letter from a man who said, "Dear Rush, I miss my country." And what he was referring to when he wrote this letter to Rush Limbaugh was he missed the way that Americans patriotically and in a way of great unity responded after this terrible tragedy in our country. But Ed, that happened after Pearl Harbor. It happened after 9/11. And when we get through the COVID era, and I think led by Eagle Forum, and by all the great things that you do, and in the spirit of the late, great Phyllis Schlafly, eagles soar. And, the future of this constitutional republic is going to get better.
Again, we're talking with Tim Goeglein, and if you go to focusonthefamily.com, you can see more about all the things that they do, amazing writings and different things. Tim, I want to ask you, because it's just so interesting to me, we're watching Amy Coney Barrett, the judge. She was a judge, very well respected. She was nominated to the Supreme Court. Not so long ago, a judge, very well respected, nominated to the Supreme Court, named Brett Kavanaugh. You happen to have been a colleague of his in the White House. Can you talk about the reality of these moments and what this means, and just what the experience was like? It was of Kavanaugh's nomination and confirmation, and then what you're seeing with Amy Coney Barrett.
Well, you're right. Justice Kavanaugh is a personal friend of long standing, a great friend, as is his wife and family. He is a remarkable human being. And you are absolutely right. Amy Coney Barrett, like Brett Kavanaugh, is the best of us. These are the kind of people who we want on the Supreme Court. It's a man and a woman of categorical integrity, good character. And may I say, to watch Amy Coney Barrett this week, and I know you feel the same, Ed, it has been astonishing. I mean, she is the real deal. She is absolutely terrific. And my favorite moment of the hearings is when she was asked to hold up the pad and there was nothing on it. She didn't need to have 500 notes. She didn't have to obfuscate, or to use clever talking points. She really understands the Constitution. She understands that the words of the Constitution have a fixed meaning. And, I don't think we should lose this moment, because there's COVID and there's the contentious presidential campaign, the unevenness that you mentioned. But when you clear away all of that fog, here we have a woman who is the intellectual equivalent of her great mentor, Antonin Scalia, who is filling the seat of the late Justice Ruth Ginsburg. I mean, this is, I don't know where the phrase "a breath of fresh air" came from, but Amy Coney Barrett is a breath of fresh air. And she, in my view, represents absolutely the best of conservatism. She is the kind of justice, and she, frankly, is the kind of person that Phyllis Schlafly, through all of her life, was advocating. A fellow Catholic, a woman who is happily married, who has children. She is just a really wonderful and a delightful person. And she is the youngest person who will be on the court since Justice Thomas 29 years ago. So good things happen in America in October.
Well, it's true. And the only problem is she makes a guy like me think, wow, that's what it's like to be that smart in terms of the law and all. I mean, what an yeah, exactly. Which so brings me to something to say, Tim. When you came out of school and when you said, I'm going to go, you're from the middle of America, from the heart of America, and you come to the DC and you say, I'm going to make my life. How did you decide to do that? How did you keep your wits? I know your church life is so important to you. You serve in your church in lots of ways, and obviously your work. But that's a big move. And some of our collegians sitting there saying, I want to be, I want to do something meaningful. Maybe I'll go towards the swamp too. But a lot of people lose their way here. How'd you decide to end up here? How'd you end up here? And how do you navigate that? Sometimes the challenges of being so close to all this power and influence that sometimes makes people a little off base.
I really appreciate that question, Ed, and more than you know. I have learned that people who have a lot of material wealth, people who have a lot of influence, people who have a lot of power, I've learned that those things do not make a person content. They don't make a person joyful. There is this bit of a lie in our culture that if you can just attain wealth, if you can just, attain a particular social standing, then you'll be happy. The late great novelist Tom Wolfe called it the statosphere. I love that, and I think that the most important thing to say to young collegians, the most important, is root yourself in the timeless verities and the people and the institutions that don't change. Faith really matters. Family really matters. Your friends really matter. Having good colleagues, comrades, and allies really matter. Invest your time in things that are bigger than yourselves. Determine what are the things that are principles, their values, their foundations. And then I think, secondly, Ed, if I may say, it's important to live a life of virtue, a person, of character and integrity over time. Everybody else comes to see that. Everybody's different. Everybody has failures. Everybody has difficult moments. Welcome to the human race. The question sometimes is, does failure, reintroduce you to yourself? Does failure and the way that you come back from that, the way you navigate it with what does that say about you? I think these are very important lessons to the rising generation, of young people. And the wonderful thing, and I know you know the same thing because you spend so much of your time around young people, is that this is a remarkable generation who's coming up, and they're going to do great things for the country.
Again, we're talking with Tim Goeglein. He's external vice president of external relations in Washington. He's kind of the focus on the families man in Washington, knows everybody and helps network us on things and is really valuable. And so it's great hearing him. Tim, your book, which, and I'm embarrassed to tell you this, Tim, it's on my it's either on my bedside stand or it's in the small bookshelf next to my bed, but I left it at home wherever it was. I saw it 2 days ago. So here's a photo of it, but I'll tell people the title of it is American Restoration: How Faith, Family, and Personal Sacrifice Can Heal Our Nation. Here's a question I have for you, Tim. These young people, by definition, in this Collegians, they're the best, right? They know they're readers, they're thinkers, they're looking for the path forward. And you wrote this book in a time, American Restoration, where it feels like the media is coming apart. It feels like a bunch of our churches have sort of held back. It seems like a bunch of stuff is either failing or not stepping up. And American restoration sounds like the right word. What do you tell these young people about why they need to read this book?
Well, I think our ruling class is becoming very impatient with us, Ed. You know, they have a proprietary sense that they own and run America. That Silicon Valley, Wall Street, Broadway, Hollywood, you know, the permanent bureaucracy, some members of the governing class, the media, you know, some of the universities and colleges, they really believe that they own the country. And that we're not citizens, that we are their subjects. And this is exactly the opposite of what our founders intended or wanted or had when it came to being, you know, the vision of what the country would become. We are citizens, not subjects. This country is not owned by Silicon Valley, or, you know, or by the permanent bureaucrats, or by Wall Street, et cetera, et cetera. It's not their country, it's our country. And if we are going to have restoration and regeneration and renewal, and we need it in our country, in our culture, in our civilization, it's not going to happen because the so-called elites will push this or impose, you know, their view and their worldview upon us. It will happen at the grassroots. It will happen in our neighborhoods, in our churches, you know, in those local institutions that we most identify with. And I feel very confident that we will have, you know, yet another American century, but we are hungry for renewal.
Again, Tim Goeglein is our guest, and Tim, the young people are looking up and they see uncertainty, at least the way it's portrayed in the economy, right? They say, what's coming next? What are the jobs going to look like? What's the future look like? How do you, again, you had more, maybe it's even better, you're a father. How do you address that to young people and say, look, you may not be able to see it now. You may wonder what it is, but, you know, as you said, the future is bright, but it feels uncertain. And in some sense, the media and the culture wants us to feel uneasy. They sort of make a living off of making us uneasy. So we run back and click again.
They absolutely do. And I think it's best that we look to examples from American history of people who have felt the same way. George Washington felt that the way forward was extremely uneasy. Abraham Lincoln looked at the future and he said, boy, this is going to be really difficult. Frederick Douglass looked at his future in the 19th century and he said, boy, I don't understand what the way forward is. You know, and a young fellow Midwesterner of you and me called Ronald Wilson Reagan said the exact same thing. My gosh, World War I, now the Depression, now World War II, this is all really uncertain. What they had to do was what we have to do. We have to determine what are the values, the principles, and the moral climate that does not change. What are the things that we are committed to, the principles about our lives and about our future and about the country. And then we have to say, that's what I'm dedicated to. And I want to be very clear about this because I think there is a story that perfectly illustrates the question that you're answering. And I'll do this very quickly. Abraham Lincoln, when he was a young man, was asked, and this actually happened, was asked, what are you going to do with your life? Now, remember, this is a guy who, you know, never went to school, you know, born in a log cabin, etc. He said something like the following: I don't know what it's going to be, but I know that when it appears, I'm going to be ready. And I think that that is exactly the right answer. We have to prepare ourselves. We have to determine those things that we are committed to and that we want to do. And then we have to trust that God Almighty, in his wonderful providence of grace and mercy and love, that he will actually provide the way forward for us. Not when we least expect it, but very often, it comes along and you say, my gosh, this is that moment.
Yeah, we're talking with Tim Goeglein. Tim, I have an essay that late Phyllis Schlafly wrote in 1960. It's called "The Big Things Are Done by Little People." And
Yes.
at that time, 1960, she was born in 24, so she would have been 36 years old. And she's addressing it. She says, when Jesus selected his apostles, he did not go to the great universities of the day, to the centers of learning and power. He didn't try to convert the world overnight by picking a large number of well-known men. He chose a dozen plain, insignificant men, mostly fishermen, undistinguished by intellectual or economic status. The history of the spread of Christianity all over the world is the story of the triumph of faith and zeal, and of how a few dedicated individuals can win over persecution against overwhelming odds.
I love that, because not only was Phyllis wise and correct, I think that she was actually prophetic in this regard. Western history, as varied as it is, has one big thing in common: that if you want to see periods of restoration, renewal, regeneration, and the way forward, it always happens not by gigantic numbers of people. It often happens by smaller groups of like-minded people who network, who share a worldview, and who over many years are committed to advancing the way forward. Phyllis, Eagle Forum, Focus on the Family. I could go on and on. They began in a seed of the way that you are speaking of. And the question is, the largest historic question is, what is America going to do in the 21st century? The answer to that is going to be rooted in the lives of many of the people who are watching and listening to us today. So we are counting on them, and I may say to all the young people who are joining, we need the best of you. You owe it to your country, culture, and civilization. And I feel very, very confident that, as with Abraham Lincoln and Washington and Douglas, and Lincoln, that kind of timber and DNA is in the American experience in this generation.
All right. Thank you, Tim Goeglein, again, Vice President for External Relations in Washington, in Washington, D.C. here. To the college students, you can hear from Tim's words. He's wise, and you should go to focusonthefamily.com and read and see what they're doing there. @FocusFamily is the Twitter feed. American Restoration: How Faith, Family, and Personal Sacrifice Can Heal Our Nation. I think that's more valuable at this moment, Tim, than your other book, but the other one's fascinating with all the stories of the White House. Thank you, Tim Goeglein, for the time. As always, we really appreciate you.
Thank you, Ed. Be of good cheer.
All right. Tim Goeglein, again, we'll put it all up on social media. We'll be back with a lot more here at the 27th Annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegians. Collegians Summit. So glad so many of you have joined. We are watching on all the different platforms. Folks are engaged, Twitter, Facebook, Periscope, all over the place. Thank you for joining in. PhyllisSchlafly.com, of course, our website. If you need anything there, you can get in touch with our team. We're going to talk next to a very special leader in the pro-life movement. I want to mention about this. We, the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and Phyllis Schlafly, her life, one of her great successes, I can recall her telling me in the last years of her life that one of, maybe she would say, maybe her greatest success. In contrast, people think the fight against the ERA or her many books, Choice Not an Echo, was extraordinary. She would talk about the pro-life fight to get the Republican Party to be pro-life and conservative. And I will never forget myself the meeting on March 11th, 2016 in downtown St. Louis. Phyllis Schlafly sat there, Donald Trump sat here, and I sat there. The three of us in a room talking about the platform, the Republican platform, and how Phyllis said to Donald Trump, if you're our nominee, which she knew he was she was endorsed him minutes later, she said, I need you to help me make the platform, keep the platform conservative and pro-life. And he said, I will, Phyllis. And in Cleveland, so many of us were there. Our team was just talking, our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles staff, about, we were all there. Phyllis was a delegate and working so hard. And this is the platform. The 2016 platform, if you go and get a copy of it, it's online. It's an extraordinary conservative document. But in it is a commitment to pro-life that Donald Trump made, and that started in the 1970s with Phyllis Schlafly and others saying, we won't let the Republican Party become pro-abortion. We're going to hold the line. All the forces of moderation and modern culture were saying you must be pro-choice, and they held the line for decades. In fact, in the middle of that period, RNC for Life, the only pro-life organization within the party structure in America, began. Phyllis founded it with Kathleen Sullivan and Marilyn Shannon, who are continuing our work now, and others. And this platform is extraordinary. So get a copy, look at it. And in 2020, Donald Trump said that platform we passed in 2016 had everything. We made sure people knew Obama and Biden were not doing what they should have. It's in here. But let's stick with this conservative platform. So it's still the platform today. So it's great. I want to welcome now, though, Terry Beatley, our friend. Terry Beatley is the president of the Hosea Initiative, extraordinary effort to make sure to educate folks about the pro-life movement. And it really comes out of this meeting. I've heard her talk about it when she met one of the leading pro-abortion founders, Bernard Nathanson, and she interviewed him, and they talked, and she wrote a book about it. It's called What If We've Been Wrong? Keeping My Promise to America's Abortion King. That's a book that Terry Beatley wrote. So let me welcome Terry Beatley to our 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. Welcome, Terry. How are you?
Hey, Ed, I'm doing well. I'm hoping my internet works appropriately tonight and doesn't freeze me up.
Well,
I'm glad to be on.
You look and sound great. Don't worry, that my colleagues on my staff will tell me that if it locks up, they tell me I'll talk. They say I talk too much, but we'll talk about that later. But Terry, tell our college students about who Bernard Nathanson was and what it means to have talked to him about abortion because of what his history was.
Yeah, Dr. Bernard Nathanson, I identify him as the father of the abortion industry. He's not the father of abortion. That's been around forever, but he's the father of the abortion industry. And when I say that, he was an OBGYN who partnered up with a fellow atheist at that time, Lawrence Lader, and they founded the National Association for the Repeal of Abortion Law. And today, your young people will know it as NARAL, Pro-Choice America, NARAL. And Dr. Nathanson, it was his concept, if you will, because he knew that once they could get abortion legalized in New York, at least up through 24 weeks, the demand would exceed what the hospitals could do. And so his idea was to make abortion an ambulatory outpatient surgery, which basically set forth the plan for the mass assembly line slaughter of America's babies in the womb. And so he put together a strategy to deceive the American public that abortion is women's health care. And there's a whole lot more to his story, but for the sake of ending that question.
And the key on this is that he was one of the leading abortion providers. He was a founder of the abortion movement, and then he had a change of heart. And when he had a change of heart, which I want you to reference, after that, years later, you met him and talked to him, and he sort of challenged you, and you said, I'll help, and that set you on this course. You were not an activist. I think you were a woman of faith, and you had your own position, but you hadn't sort of taken this up, and it was because of this interaction. Tell again, these college students they're so young now. I mean, it's crazy, Terry. They're these 18 to 22-year-olds. They don't maybe remember they wouldn't know in history. They're certainly not learning some of the history. But tell us about that meeting, what it meant, and how it launched you forward.
Well, and so I can finish my thought. You didn't interrupt me, but the piece that I think young people need to know, he wasn't like one more abortionist. He's the father of the industry of abortion. Planned Parenthood was not doing abortions. And he even went to Planned Parenthood in 1970 and begged Planned Parenthood to join with NARAL in this pro-abortion movement. And Planned Parenthood, this is up in New York, Ed, they refused. They said no. And so
Wow.
they got it decriminalized anyway after 24 weeks. And then when Planned Parenthood saw all the money they were leaving on the table, guess who they called? They called Dr. Bernard Nathanson. And for the next 2 years, Dr. Nathanson trained Planned Parenthood in how to do abortions and how to run abortion mills, because he ran the largest abortion mill in the world in New York City. They were killing about 900 babies a week, which, of course, by today's terms, that's a drop in the bucket, by today's standards. But that was a huge number. Okay, so I was at a prayer vigil, and the Lord really put it on my heart that I was to go and try to ask for an interview of Dr. Bernard Nathanson. It literally changed the direction of my life. Sparing all the details, but I made it up to New York. He had agreed to the interview. This is on December 1st, 2009. It changed the direction of my life because of the last question I asked Dr. Nathanson. He was 83 years old, terminally ill. We can cover his pro-life conversion here in just a second. But at the end of the interview, I said, Dr. Nathanson, if you have a message for America, tell me what it is, and I promise you I will deliver it across our country until it becomes common knowledge or until Roe v. Wade is overturned. And I didn't know what he would say. I didn't know if he'd say, hey, I'm done, you pro-lifers, take it from here, you and Phyllis Schlafly,
Right.
But he didn't. He said, continue teaching the strategy of how I deceived America. And then he said, tell America that the co-founder of NARAL says to love one another. Abortion is not love. Stop the killing. The world needs more love. And I'm all about love now. And I shook his hand. I promised him I'd get that. So what I want to impress upon your young listeners, if that's who's tuned in, is history matters. And the best place to keep Dr. Nathanson's legacy is on a bookshelf for the abortion industry. But when we can pull his story off of the bookshelf and begin getting this nation educated, I've been told by political people and pastors and his legacy is the silver bullet. Because if the father of America's industry of abortion, as an atheist, can have a change of heart about abortion and later on become a Christian, why can't the rest of America?
Right.
That's what I say.
We're talking with Terry Beatley, and Terry Beatley, to make sure people know, I want to make sure to read the websites because people want to find out more about the work you're doing. Hosea, Hosea, foryou.org, Hosea4you.org, and at Hosea for you on Twitter. Terry, the other message I want to ask you to talk about for our young people at Collegians. You just started this organization because you got called to do it. You didn't wait for. You didn't get a master's in public policy. You didn't get anointed by a political party or anything. You said, I got called to do this. I'm going to figure it out. Doesn't make it easy, by the way, right? I mean, you can talk about that. It's a constant challenge. But for people that are feeling like, hey, I want to make a difference, there's a lot of ways to do it. And it's not just follow your passion. It's find the ways that you can utilize what's happened to you, where you are, and make a difference. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. And it's funny because it didn't start with Hosea Initiative. It literally started first becoming educated. I was in business and a mother, 2 children, husband. And I was never pro-abortion, but I was not a pro-life activist. And then I started learning about the lobbying, stealing my parental rights. And I know maybe you're not thinking about children right now, but if you're in college, but when you become a parent, the last thing you want are your parental rights stolen by the abortion industry. So that was the beginning. And then we moved to a senatorial district in Virginia, Fredericksburg, Virginia area. And it just happened to be Virginia's most pro-abortion, anti-parental rights state senator's district. And I set out to get that senator defeated. And I had already made Dr. Nathanson the promise. And this was literally the first step in fulfilling my promise. And too many details to explain why I got confirmation on that. So I spent about a year educating thousands of people in all sorts of different ways. And it was literally just shooting at the hip. I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that if the Word of God says my people perish for voting a certain way, no, the Word of God says my people perish for lack of knowledge. Hosea 4:6. And then in Ephesians 5:11, it says, have nothing to do with the evil deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. So all I did was expose it. We just taught thousands of people. And bottom line, the senator in Virginia who had won 7 terms every 4 years by a good 10 to 12% lead suddenly lost.
Wow.
I spent the next 6 months trying to show the Republican Party this is the way life leads. They wouldn't pay attention. I'm like, forget it. And so I set up the nonprofit and I said, we're going to get America educated.
Yeah.
So.
We're talking with Terry Beatley. And Terry, tell me, though, I don't want to run out of time, but I just have a few minutes. You've developed a curriculum to teach young people about these issues. Tell us about that. And again, I want to make sure people know this. Let me say this. There's an event that Terry's leading on October 17th called The Catholic Strategy, the Abortion Industry's War on Religion. It's a big one with the attacks on Amy Coney Barrett and her background. You're going to find all more about this on hosea4u.org. But back to this education curriculum. I want to make sure people hear, because people that are at this Collegian Summit, they've self-selected as smart people, right? These are the smart ones that want to learn. So tell us about that, Terry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's very, very, very encouraging, who the listening audience is. Okay, so I'm going to hold it up. I don't know if it shows backwards or not. This is the book. Yeah, I don't know if you can see. Is that backwards?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think it's right. Yep, looks good. Yep.
Okay, so here's a big book called What If We've Been Wrong? Keeping My Promise to America's Abortion King. After I finished writing it, one of my board members who has I didn't know it, but she has a master's degree in curriculum development, Andrea Del Vecchio, and she said, Terry, this has to be turned into curriculum. I'm like, great. She wrote the curriculum. It's called Becoming a Witness for Life. And we look at the impact of culture, worldview, what is injustice, and then how to be a courageous witness of life. And what we do is the curriculum pairs up with the big book. And so we draw people into the big book. Quite interestingly, is once all this was done, we did a little test market for a book club down in Texas with a group of high school homeschoolers. I didn't know if these young people, they were 15, 14, 16 years old, if they would make it through the whole book. They devoured the book. We met every week on Google Hangouts, and they learned, they know more about Dr. Bernard Nathanson. And the young lady who led that I think she placed 12th in the nation for persuasive speech. And she did it all on Dr. Bernard Nathanson and what she learned out of my book. So I'm just saying, if the young people in America, teenagers, college students, if you learn now about Dr. Bernard Nathanson, just what I say is get my book, because what it does is it merges the relevancy of Dr. Bernard Nathanson's story to what it looks like to be an activist. Also, at the back of the book, we have Norma McCorvey's affidavit when she tried to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Right.
And we have her attorney, Alan Parker, who represented her when she tried to overturn Roe. And he wrote the appendix with Sam Casey, and it explains the 6 erroneous assumptions the Supreme Court made in the Roe v. Wade decision. So it's like you get a ton of information for an ebook, $9.99 or $19.95 a softback, and then you can get the curriculum. So what I say is, if he's the root, he's the abortion king, for goodness sakes, pro-life activists ought to know what his story's all about.
Right. Well, and stories, for our college folks, they know this, but we know it from our work. Telling a story is much more powerful than trying to preach the facts. I mean, the facts matter. But if you can tell a story about what's happened, that's why Nathanson's story is so powerful. We're getting questions and comments, many comments of encouragement. One quick question on YouTube, a question from Aaron. Why are children as young as 13 able to get an abortion without parental consent? Example of parental rights being chipped away. I guess better maybe broaden that question and say, Terry, are we seeing a change in that? Are parents getting back control? Or what's your sense on that question?
Well, the first part of the answer is it happened because Dr. Bernard Nathanson and NARAL Pro-Choice America, who are embedded in all 50 states, and you can bet your bottom dollar during every General Assembly session in all 50 states, NARAL Pro-Choice America is there, and they're trying to steal more and more parental rights every single year. That's part A answer. And part B, do I think parents are getting more control? No, because the abortion industry is getting more and more aggressive, because I think they know our victory is right around the corner. So what I do believe, though, Ed, and all your listeners, is that the more educated we can get young people, young parents, I don't need to talk. I mean, it's great educating older people, but it's the younger people. And the Lord really put it on my heart that if we can reach the young people and they learn what's in that book, learn what's in the curriculum, and be able to stand firm, they will reclaim parental rights when they become parents.
Well, and Terry, to say, if you watch closely on the hearings for our collegians, some of them probably did, the Amy Coney Barrett, you'll hear things like Lindsey Graham and others say, or maybe it was Ted Cruz even, that said, if Roe v. Wade is reversed, which a lot of us think it was falsely reasoned, it was a made-up idea, this idea of a privacy right that extends to a right to abortion. But even if it was reversed, no less a conservative than Justice Scalia and others said, you're not going to find a ban on abortion in the U.S. Constitution, at least initially. I mean, I think we could make an argument that the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness includes that. But his point was, and Lindsey Graham said it and others echoed it, it's going to go back to the states. So if you're a young person graduating from college and you're living in Illinois or Missouri or Tennessee or pick a state, any state, the fight for the future is going to be what your state, what your community wants to do. And therefore, there's actually a lot of openings. If we're right and the Supreme Court is getting closer to a decision that reverses Roe v. Wade's faulty reasoning, that means that we need a lot of workers in the vineyards wherever the home communities are. So that's a great book. Let me say it again, HoseaForYou.org. Is it .org? Yes. And also at Hosea for You. Terry, I got to run, unfortunately. We're going to run. We got so many more guests. Any last comments?
God bless you. And thank you for being a collaborator. The Phyllis Schlafly, everything you do, you all know how to collaborate. God bless your efforts.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Thanks for your encouragement. I know so many young people are strongly pro-life. They'll be encouraged by your work and they'll find it, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Okay, we're going to hear from the great Morton Blackwell next. Morton Blackwell worked in the Reagan White House. He was the youngest delegate at the convention in 1964. It was called the Cow Palace. It was a big arena in San Francisco, their big arena where at the time I think they used to have like horse shows and things. It's called the Cow Palace. It nominated the famous nomination of Barry Goldwater for president, and Morton Blackwell was just a kid. He was the youngest delegate at that convention, and all these years later he continues to serve, and he founded the Leadership Institute after serving in the Reagan White House. It literally trains hundreds of thousands of young conservatives in all the practical details of how to be involved in politics, in public affairs. Extraordinary success that Morton has. He's been a great friend of ours and late Phyllis Schlafly. So we're going to hear from him. He recorded a message for us. He couldn't be with us tonight virtually, so we'll hear from him right now, and then we'll be back with more guests.
Hello, I'm Morton Blackwell, president of the Leadership Institute. For many years, my Leadership Institute has hosted events of the Phyllis Schlafly's Collegians. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, that's not feasible right now, and I'm glad that you're still continuing the meeting, even though it has to be online. Those of you who are in college were probably in high school 4 years ago when Phyllis died, and so there are a lot of you who never actually got to meet her publicly. She was an extraordinary woman, absolutely brilliant as a writer, as a speaker, as an organizer, as a coalition builder, a fantastically wonderful person. She gave the best speech that I have heard in my whole life, and that was at the Republican National Convention of 1964 in San Francisco. She held a reception for Goldwater delegates, and I had the honor of being Goldwater's youngest elected delegate to that convention. My late wife, who died about a year ago, served for 25 years as the Virginia State Chairman of Eagle Forum and was very close to Phyllis. Phyllis was able to recruit and train and organize and activate a cadre of extraordinary people, most of them women. I had an opportunity to go to many National Eagle Forum events and was always impressed with the extraordinary high quality of the people whom she had found and she had trained, who were running conservative activities in many, many states across the country. I strongly suggest that you take whatever opportunities you can to read what Phyllis wrote, to listen to audio tapes of what she said, to watch films and videos of Phyllis Schlafly in action. There's no better model for a conservative. She was able to put together an extraordinary national coalition to defeat the Equal Rights Amendment, and she was brilliant as she did it. She put together people who ordinarily couldn't stand to be in the same room together, and what she persuaded them with was this wonderful line. She said, "We believe that everyone should be allowed to oppose the Equal Rights Amendment for the reason of his or her choice." And so that's why folks who were not in agreement on many things agreed with her and did the work that was necessary to defeat this rotten proposal to amend our Constitution. So I'm glad that you all are working. I'm glad that you all are coming to this meeting, and I encourage you to increase your skills. You have an obligation to study how to win. You need, if you're a solid conservative, and I'm sure that almost every one of you is a very solid conservative, you have a moral obligation to study how to win. Just because you're persuaded that your position is right, even if you think you can logically prove that your position is right, that isn't going to win in the public policy process. In government, politics, and the news media, you have to be skilled. You have to learn how to organize, how to communicate, how to raise funds. You have to learn the rules of procedure, and you have to learn the dynamics of political action. And you can learn those lessons by the hard way, by trial and error, making all the mistakes yourself. But you can be much more effective if you take advantage of the opportunities to study how to win. And I invite you to go to the Leadership Institute's website, look at the schools that we offer, and come to some Leadership Institute schools, and that will make you much more effective for your conservative principles.
Welcome back to the 27th Annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. We sure wish we were together. We usually do it every summer. I know many of you are planning to come. Don't worry, next year we'll do it again. It'll be twice as good. But we would gather on the first night at our DC office, which is where we are, and we'd have a gathering here, get to know each other. Back there's a little patio, and just have some fun. Usually have a bbig speaker. I think Kevin McCarthy came a couple years ago, and the congressman who will likely be the Speaker of the House next year. So we have a great time, and we're back here. And Phyllis Schlafly, when she started her office in 1981 in DC, always had a trusted lieutenant on the ground here. Our executive director for the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles is Rebecca Gantner, who's here in this office. And she's also the one, by the way, for you that are watching, who manages our internships. So if you want an internship, which is phyllisschlafly.com/internships with an S or no S? Internships with an S. Okay, so if you want an internship, we have internships in Washington, D.C. in our office and in our kind of headquarters in St. Louis. And we used to only do certain time internships. Because of the COVID, we've learned how to do some of it virtual. In fact, probably Luke and Juliana might be on watching us. They were our summer interns. They were virtual. I would say they were the best ever, mostly because it didn't have as much hassle with them underfoot. No, I'm just kidding. They were great. So if you want to be an intern with us, check it out. We have great. In fact, you were an intern.
I was.
And then you ended up a job. Jordan Henry, our research director, intern, got a job. Seems like the pipeline is to be an intern. Anyway, okay, I'll stop on that. So phyllisschlafly.com, internships, check it out. Our next guest, and we asked Allie Ziegler to join us, works in the government, in the federal government. She's had a couple of different positions for various reasons, especially as this close to an election. We're not going to talk about her job, and she's here on her personal capacity. A few of our guests will be like that. But Allie Ziegler, she's a graduate of the College of Charleston, graduated with honors, which is important. And did your husband graduate with honors?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he did. Oh, shoot, we're going to get it. She's married to another young guy named Garrett Ziegler, who also works in administration. She's worked overseas in Uganda. She's committed to her faith in her work. So first, Allie Ziegler, welcome. Thanks for coming by to the office here. I think people, you're young. You're 2 years out of school, 3 years out of school?
Yeah, I'm 23.
23,
yeah.
So 2 years out of school, right?
Yes.
So how'd you get your jobs? How'd you get here?
Yeah, so I have funny stories for this. So I always tell people, you never know who you're going to meet and what they're going to do for you. And in DC, I think it's easy to use people kind of as like a vessel to get somewhere that you want to be. But really, it's about building relationships, because when something happens and you need a person to go to, people are like, oh, I know who to go to. And so I always give the example of how I met my husband. I went to DC for the first time on a trip with my rural electric company for my farm I grew up on.
Really? Where'd you grow up? What's
Illinois.
What's
Pittsfield, Illinois.
Pittsfield, Illinois.
Yes.
Okay.
And a girl that I met on the trip was from my husband's area. And 5 years later, when I was a freshman in college, she introduced my husband and I randomly over Facebook.
Over Facebook,
yes,
really?
Yes.
Wow.
And I hadn't spoken to her since that trip.
Wow. And now,
yeah.
But wait a second. I asked you how you got your job. You
yes.
told me how you got married. I mean, this
truly.
is maybe folks want to get a match here. We can get a match later. That's a different summit we'll have later. That would be the late night summit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But you really never know what people are going to think of you for and what they're going to do for you. And I mean, just in that situation, I would have never thought that this sweet farm girl from the other side of Illinois would introduce me to my future husband. And that's been the same way in DC with everyone I've met. Everyone, I started in DC on the Hill. I had my first internship in DC on the Hill, and I just started getting to know people. And I will say the best thing to do in DC, especially if you're starting in politics, there's a lot of work that people don't want to do because it's not fun.
Right.
And if you're the person who's willing to just, get your hands dirty and do it and get it done and do it well, people will give you more work.
Like, what's an example of that work? Like when you were an intern, most people don't want to answer the phones. You answer the phones. Most people don't want to run errands.
They definitely don't want to answer the phones. They don't want to run errands. They don't want to do the planning for events, put together books. It's hard work, and it's very tedious. And, if one little thing's wrong, people notice. But if everything goes well, it's usually without recognition. And that's okay, because it does pay off in the end.
Okay, so you worked on the Hill.
Yes.
Then Trump wins, and then they go, who can work here? Because you have, I know we're not supposed to talk about the specific jobs, but you had really good interesting jobs for a 22 and 3-year-old young professional.
Yes, yeah.
Because you were in the right place at the right time?
Yes. I mean, I was willing to say yes to things that weren't necessarily my interest. So my degree's in public health, and the first opportunity I was offered, working in the government was not in healthcare. It was more on the economic side of things. It was in public affairs. And even though it wasn't exactly the path I wanted to go down, I said yes. And that was the best thing I did, because now I know how to talk to the press. And if you know how to talk to the press when you're in politics, it makes a world of difference.
We
truly.
should call her. We have that help. Right, our comms director sitting back there like that. Okay, so in other words, if I can take away for our collegians, do any job that most people don't want to do, and say yes to job offers if you think you can help.
Well, there's a lot of skills that you want to develop, especially in politics. There's so many things to do, and it's not just being a policy wonk on one certain topic. I think there's just so many things, knowing how to work in public affairs, knowing how to, run videos, even with this kind of stuff. It helps to know the policy, but it also helps to know how to present it. So just having the public affairs experience actually got me to my next job, which is in public health. Because they knew I had those skills, and they knew I know the economics, I know just the different things that go into what I'm doing now in public health, and I can communicate very well because of my experience in taking a year to learn different things.
We're talking with Allie Ziegler, and Rebecca and I were going back and forth with some notes on this. And now we're talking about healthcare and health. And I thought this one note that we had: how do we balance health versus freedom during the pandemic, right? And I think this comes down to, I think this is for folks that are, a lot of our college students are going virtual for school, or it's been uneven and they're frustrated. And I don't think there's enough of a discussion on the choices are not be healthy or not. The choices are health or freedom, and you have to balance it. You have to take a risk management. But government likes to tell you not what your choices are, what to do. So how do you balance that? I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret, if you're a public health professional, it's very rare to be conservative. When you go to these schools, they're not teaching, freedom during a public health crisis. They're not teaching how to balance, the economic uncertainty with shutting things down. People in public health generally live for these moments. Yeah. I mean, it is the thing.
Right. You study your whole life to be, we got a pandemic. I'm not saying they root for it, but now I've studied, I know how to handle this. I'll tell you what to do.
Yes, and it's very exciting, and that's why so many people, a lot of doctors in the 80s jumped on, HIV/AIDS because it was the new disease. It was the thing to look at, and when those things come up, like Ebola and Zika, people jump on them because it's exciting and it's new in the field. And this is one of those situations where we haven't actually thought about, we shut down our country, and what is the best way to do that to protect one's health? It's just shut it down. We have to figure out the disease, the cause, and save people's lives, but we're not thinking also we're hurting people in the meantime.
The World Health Organization said 4 days ago, they oppose lockdowns because it damages the lives of especially low-income folks. Which, remember President Trump, he came out and said, we can't lock down anymore, we got to get back to our life because it's causing damage. So we now finally have the World Health Organization agreeing with Trump, which means I think I won't get into Fauci and all this. So, but I guess, how do you, if you're a conservative, you're a pro-life, pro-family conservative, and you're working even in a administration that's Republican, a lot of the professionals in that field are not going to share your value. The starting point is a different set of values.
It truly is. I mean, the Trump administration has said this multiple times. They've said it's not a matter of health versus the economy, it's health versus health with reopening. We are hurting people, that have had issues with opioid abuse. We've hurt people in terms of their mental health, especially people, we don't talk about like holistic medicine, but going to church impacts your health. Right. People who are, of faith, going to church and being Christian and practicing your faith impacts your health, and we really aren't talking about that. Could I have my
children call you? I need my children to call you. You have to tell them. Anyway, keep going. Yeah.
And so it's very harmful. I mean, depression has skyrocketed, drug abuse has skyrocketed, and we can tell people these things, that have different views than us, but it really comes down to conservatives sticking up for their values. And I think sometimes the Republican Party and the GOP and conservatives in general can think of healthcare just as the Affordable Care Act or as healthcare policy, but it's truly a cultural movement. Healthcare has become a mainstream movement with, you're protecting your healthcare rights and all these things that really are against our human flourishing. So a few things I see being major issues coming down, not just with the COVID pandemic, but there's a lot of things going on with transgender rights. I mean, I just read a great book by Abigail Schreier.
Yeah, I had her on the radio show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Extraordinary, amazing.
And that book,
What was the title again?
Irreversible Damage.
Irreversible Damage. It's very good.
Yes, and it's just so sad to think all these families that have been broken apart by these trends that are going on in young females, where it's trendy to become transgender, and if your parents don't agree, you get away from your parents. It's their fault. It's not your fault. And then abortion, we have to continue to fight on that. A lot of things, especially in COVID, the elderly, you know, when we're Christian and we want to be around our family as long as possible, and they need spiritual care in their last years of life, and they're locked up in nursing homes. And we also have created, you know, a society where it's not easy to take care of our elderly at home because it's expensive, and it's hard for both people, you know, man and woman, not to work. So I think that's going to become a big issue, and it already is in New York. You know, we've seen a lot of deaths in the nursing home. And then just marijuana legalization is going to be detrimental to our families. I mean, it already is, but it's coming down, and people want to legalize it. And these are public health professionals who want to legalize it, which is scary because, you know, they say they're for health, but how is having, you know, your society drugged out being for health?
Yeah. I don't want to take all the time to ask all the questions. Rebecca, did you want to follow up or have a line of questions?
Yes, Allie, I think a lot of conservatives care about the abortion issue and are pretty well versed on that, but I'm not sure that as many conservatives are familiar with the healthcare topic in general. So can you talk about the importance of conservatives not only being aware of the issue, but speaking out on it as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. It's not just, you know, opposing the ACA because we don't like how it mandates certain things, or we're scared of what it might lead to in terms of abortion, and just what it opens, because we won't have to be able to choose. You know, in England and most European countries, since it is a more socialized sense of medicine, if there's something the government doesn't want to do, they will not do it. Whereas here, we can usually provide the care if a family requests it. But I think just culturally, we need to know as conservatives and as Christians what is out there, what is available, and what children, especially children with phones, are being told. Just in terms of what is normal with, you know, is it your body, your right, and what is truly just science. Right. I mean, there's a lot of people right now saying, trust the science, but we also are having the same experts tell us that, you know, men can be women and women can be men, and if that's not how we are raising our children, then we need to be careful that that's not the message that they're getting, and that they understand that that is wrong. But it also, we have to understand that if the policy in healthcare does not promote a thriving family unit, then it's not a good policy. And we can just bring it back to that. What is pure, what is good, what is natural? And in healthcare, if that is not the policy and that's not what it's leading to, you can see that it's probably not a good policy.
Yeah. We're talking with Allie Ziegler, works in the federal government and has worked in a number of positions, works in healthcare. Allie, I want to finish by asking you, what would you tell college students as they prepare to get involved politically? People they're already here self-selected, they're probably conservative, they're thinking about getting involved. What are your recommendations for them?
Yeah, I think just coming out of college 2 years ago, I noticed that it is 1,000 miles wide, about a foot deep. You know, you can learn that you have about this much of a selected reading in every book, and they show you what they want to show you, because I did both public health and like a political science background. And, you know, when you're given a book, read the whole book, because you'll truly know more than your teacher will know. And you'll be able to point things out to your fellow students that they're not going to learn because they're just reading the little section that your teacher wants to point out to you. So just taking the time to read, to understand history. And I really think that coming into the federal government, you are working with people that are a lot older than you and have a lot more experience than you. And understanding, you had Tim Goeglein on who was talking about his time in the Bush administration.
Right.
Understanding what happened in the Bush administration, coming into the federal government,
Right.
So many years later. Just knowing our nation's history, so when you want to make, policy decisions and you're ready to step up to the playing field, you're truly ready and you understand all the factors that go into it. And that doesn't mean just being on Twitter. It's really reading physical books.
Right.
And she is reading Phyllis's biography in her book club.
Yes,
Yeah.
I pushed for that.
Oh,
yeah.
Good. Which one? Oh, Philip, the biography.
The biography.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Good. We
Yes.
need a new one. We need to write a new one. We'll get on that.
Okay.
All right. Well, Allie Ziegler, thank you. We're running out of time. We got to keep going. To our collegians, one of the things about our great guests, and it was nice of you to come into the center, we can get you in touch with them if you have follow-up questions by email or others, so we will do that. And thanks again, Allie.
Yeah,
It was great to
thank
see you,
you.
Allie Ziegler. Okay, we're going to play a quick video. When we come back, Catherine Engelbrecht of truethevote.org will be with us. We got a short video from Senator Roy Blunt. Senator Roy Blunt is the senior senator from Missouri. The junior senator is Josh Hawley. Everybody knows Josh. But Roy Blunt has been a longtime friend of ours and Phyllis Schlafly. He served in Missouri as Secretary of State for a couple terms and then served in Congress and the U.S. House for about 10 or 12 years, and now he's in the Senate in his second full term. So here's a message from Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri.
Hi, I'm Senator Roy Blunt from Missouri. Phyllis Schlafly knew a lot about Missouri and knew a lot about Missouri politics and politics generally, and I appreciate your dedication to the principles she shared with us and we share with each other, and I appreciate your willingness to do what you can to ensure those principles are part of our national agenda. Over the past 4 years, my Republican colleagues and I have worked with the Trump administration to secure some really big wins for conservatives. We cut back on unnecessary regulations. We enacted a tax policy that led to the strongest economy we've seen in decades before the pandemic hit, and frankly, the quickest recovery we've seen in any kind of situation like this. While this moment is difficult, it's clear that the recovery is underway. We enacted a historic trade agreement that puts American jobs and American businesses first, and we fought to protect religious liberty and free speech, especially on campuses. We've also put judges on the bench who will uphold our law and our Constitution as they were written. We need judges who want to determine what the law says and the Constitution says, not what they think it should say, and I expect to see another major victory on that front with the confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett, and to see that happen before too long. These are all really important accomplishments, but our work is far from over. Right now we're at a pivotal moment, and as the future of our country and our party is at stake, you play a significant role in this moment. Being a part of this event tells me you really care deeply about our country and your communities and the direction America is heading. I want to encourage all of you to stay active in this fight. If you haven't done so already, reach out to a campaign or to your local GOP headquarters to see how you can help. The time and effort you put in over the next couple of weeks will make a big difference on election night. And who knows, I could be talking to a future member of Congress or a governor or maybe even President of the United States that gathered right here with us today. I want to thank all of you for the hard work you're going to do and for letting me speak to you on this really incredible evening.
Welcome back to Phyllis Schlafly, Collegians, our Collegian Summit. Great to be together. We've had these video tape messages that were sent in to us by members of Congress and others. We'll play some of them during the program. We'll play some towards the end of the program, and we'll put this all up online. So you'll see we have some alumni, and alumna, and alumnus from Collegians in the past that had some reflections. So lots of people that care what you're doing. We're glad you're here virtually. Our next guest is a friend of ours, someone I've worked with in the past, Catherine Engelbrecht. Engelbrecht. She's the founder of True the Vote. If you go to truethevote.org, you can see all the different things that they've done and the work they've done. You know, if you do some research, that Catherine, after founding her organization, she was one of the ones that's been identified as being targeted by the IRS back during the Obama administration because she was more conservative and concerned about elections being run right and fighting fraud. But she won that finally and got through that, and now in 2020 especially has been raising a clarion call about what's happening in the election, which is just less than 3 weeks away. So first of all, Catherine, welcome to Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. Great to see you.
Hey, Ed, thanks so much for having me.
So how do you feel now? I know you and I talked about 10 days ago. How do you feel about the election? What are you worried about? Tell our collegians what you see going on now. You're pretty, I hate to say it, but you're an old hand in elections now. You've done, 5 or 6 of these if you count all the the midterm elections. What are you feeling?
I think we are in the middle of history being made. And I think this is one of these times that we will look back and say, where were you for the 2020 election? This is historic. And, the energy is high. The voters are, as soon as early elections open, voters are out, they're lined up, they're ready to go. So these are exciting times, but we can't, we can't lessen our energy. This is going to go for a while, and we have to stay resolved. We have to get out and vote. We have to make sure our friends and family are voting, and we need to serve.
Well, and we're talking with Catherine Engelbrecht again. It's truethevote.org and on Twitter @TrueTheVote. So you should follow her and go on. And look, 60 days ago, she said to me, we got to get more poll workers. And then soon after, the president tweeted that. And I signed up. I usually work outside the polls. And I said, no, what Catherine has told me, you got to be inside and get eyes inside, be a part of it. So I know it's only 3 weeks from the election. Most places, it's probably late to be a poll worker. But it may be that there's opportunities if there's recounts or if there's delayed things. One of the things you've said, Catherine, is we just have to keep talking about the issues and the problems. But what do you tell college students to do? How can they play a role besides voting?
Well, the great thing is, as a poll, so you're exactly right, Ed, that poll workers working on behalf of the county or a county equivalent,
right,
those positions are sort of coming to a close. But to be a poll watcher, in most states, you can be placed as a poll watcher up until Election Day. The way you do that is you reach out to your party or to a candidate and you tell them you want to be part of their ballot security effort. You want to work as a poll watcher. If you're wanting to work for President Trump, he's got a whole effort going on right now to recruit people to work on his behalf as poll watchers. So you can, and we have supplemental training. We've got all kind of stuff on our website too. But the point is, it's not too late to serve. So I would say first and foremost, vote, and then still plan on being, plugged in. Don't watch this from your couch on November 3rd.
One of the people later on we're going to talk to, Catherine, is Jack Posobiec, who's a correspondent at One America News, but also a strong Twitter activist. He's going to talk about Antifa, and we'll talk to him about that. But, where you sit, Catherine, you watch what's massing among, for lack of a better term, the enemy. You see hundreds of lawyers hired by the Democrats and Biden to get ready to file lawsuits to try to drag out the election. You see, the ballot harvesting in states where it's legal and illegal, and you're saying to yourself, okay, these forces are massing and they're organized, and I think I know the answer because you and I talk about it a bit, but what's happening in opposition? Is it we the people are saying, oh, we'll all be honest, or are you seeing now the organization to fight back and to balance that onslaught?
Look, I think that, the good news is, I think that the heart of America, be you Republican or Democrat, you really do want a free and fair process. You want everybody's vote to count. That's the good news. But there is a very small yet very determined, very well funded, very well organized contingent that is pushing for chaos. And they've pushed for it on many levels. We've seen over 350 lawsuits or fiats related to election law passed in just this pandemic cycle, if you will. That's one arm of this, is the legal piece. Then you see the social justice battalions that are taking to the streets with Antifa, with Black Lives Matter, and so forth, and that's all playing out as well. So there is a lot of chaos. It's intentional. I think it's engineered to feel very chaotic. We need to separate the signal from the noise. Let the noise go, focus on the signal. Get out, vote, make sure your family and friends vote, take nothing for granted, serve, stay resolved. If it's not over on November 3rd, you stay engaged. We're in this together. Just stay focused. Don't be distracted. Stay focused.
On truethevote.org, is there a sign up for people to get an update on what's happening? I know you said there's some resources there, but is there a way for them to become sort of part of your team to hear what you're saying?
Absolutely, yes. If you plug into truethevote.org, we are doing all kinds of stuff. In fact, we're starting a live show, daily show next week to keep up with the updates as they are breaking. And there's every day we're setting new records with numbers of votes cast. I could go on and on. This is a historic time. So yes, plug into True the Vote. Stay close. We'll keep you updated. But just whatever you do, don't sit this one out. Be engaged. Be a part of this.
We're getting questions online for the folks, our collegians that are watching on all the different platforms. And one of them said here, I love it, the open-ended, how can mail-in balloting work? And I guess, how is this going to, there were 5 states, I think, correct me now, I'm going to say things I think I know. 5 states that did this in the past for a long time. Oregon maybe is one of them. They've done mail-in ballots for a long time. They kind of worked out the kinks. You may still not like it, but at least they knew what they're doing relatively. But about 20 more states have implemented some form of mail-in balloting, and they don't know what they're doing. And I mean, how can mail-in balloting work, as this collegian said?
We're no fan. I think that I respect the need for an absentee ballot, a solicited ballot, where you reach out and say, I would like to vote by mail, and that's your choice. And they know, they can send a person, a voter, a ballot. But in many states, as you point out, Ed, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing unsolicited, just mass flooding of mail ballots. And when you have errant voter rolls, as we now clearly know are a problem, you get lots of ballots that are live and not getting to their intended person and so forth. So how can it work? It's not good. What we are suggesting is if you do get a mail ballot and you are in a position in your state to take that ballot and still go vote in person, bring the ballot with you. You'll surrender it in person and then still vote eyeball to eyeball with a fellow American. That is the most secure way to vote, and vote early, by the way. Don't wait. Do not wait until Election Day. We're hearing many reports of people that have gone to vote and are being told, well, you can't vote in person because you've already gotten an absentee ballot. In those instances, you may need extra time to clear up situations. So make sure you're voting early. And even if you do have to mail your ballot, mail it early. Leave nothing to chance. Make sure your vote gets cast.
We're getting more questions here. One of our collegians asked how can Election Day go smoother as a participant? So I'm rephrasing it a little bit, but someone said chaos on Election Day, and they say, is that meant to scare us off? And then how can it go smoother for people to have a good Election Day?
Yes, chaos is intentional. You are meant at this point, the focus of the opposition is to confuse you, to cause chaos, to cause anxiety. And that's why I say separate the signal and the noise. Stay focused. Go volunteer. Be the honest eyes and ears and hearts and hands to help out that can make everything go much more smoothly, whether you're working inside the polls or at central count or helping to compare signatures on mailed-in ballots. Just get involved. There are not enough people serving. We need more volunteers broadly across the country. This is true.
TrueTheVote.org is the website, and I want to say this again because I sort of misstated it earlier when I said that the deadline passed. The deadline passed, to be very clear, to be one of the sort of inside sanctioned work for the county or the state. But every campaign, everyone who's run for office knows your own campaign can place watchers. You can put them, as you said, ballot security. So there is room. If you're a college student and you're doing virtual school, that means, I don't know, is it easy to skip virtual class? I don't know. But if you can, I tell people people, and Catherine, you taught me this, plan ahead. On election day, you need the day off from work. You need the day off from school, and you need to be able to come and bodies, eyes, as you said, eyes inside. Here's another question, Catherine. This is a little bit more broadly political. One of our collegians wrote, how, if I listen to the TV and read the newspaper, I'm told that the Democrats are going to win everything. How is that really true? Can you tell from what you're seeing? And let me broaden that, Catherine, that you've now seen a number of elections back to back to back. Are you seeing in 2018, you probably, when you were done, you probably could have said, yep, the turnout's going to be stronger amongst one side. Can you see that right now? Are the polls off? What do you feel about that?
You know, I mean, if memory serves, the polls are almost exactly what they were in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was so favored to win.
Right.
But yet there was a disconnect in the energy, and the Trump camp just seemed to have the energy. They seemed to have the hearts and minds. And even back then, 2016, we were thinking, well, the numbers just don't. It doesn't seem like what it all is being, you know, told to us by the media. So I would say, just again, you know, don't let it get in your head. Don't let anything deter you from you casting your vote and having your voice heard. Don't believe the hype. Don't buy into all the chaos. Just stay focused.
Very good. All right, Catherine Engelbrecht, one last question for our college students. What do you tell young people in general, the world they're coming out into? Some of them are seniors, some of them are whatever, juniors. They're watching the world go around them. Maybe we've been asking each of our guests about what they recommend for college students. What's your thoughts?
Oh man, I have 2 college students of my own, and you know, these are amazing times. These are times of history. These are times of amazing innovation. And you are coming of age at a time where you're going to have the opportunity to see things that our generation is only dreaming of. It's now coming to you and to your generation. Don't waste the opportunity, and never underestimate the power of what you can do. Anything is possible in this country. Believe in yourself, believe in this country, have faith. We're all in this together, and I believe we're going to get a very happy ending in the months ahead.
Okay, truethevote.org. One more thing, Catherine. Tell us about the daily program you're going to start. Give our collegians a preview and where to go to watch it.
Yeah, you can check us out YouTube. We're going to be streaming all across every kind of platform, but it's we stream weekly now, called Red, White, and True News. You can check us out at True the Vote on YouTube, and we are going to be talking about all things elections.
Good. Well, that's important. I'm glad you'll be there. You know, I'll tell you this while all the collegians are listening too, but I was reading recently a history of Nightline. I know Ryan behind the thing is going to smile. Nightline started in 1979 when the American people didn't get news on the Iranian hostage crisis, and they started watching Nightline opposite Johnny Carson. It was very popular. I have to tell you, Catherine, I've told you before, we're not hearing enough about the election problems. We hear little snippets. President Trump tweets it. I think you're going to find a ready audience of people that want to hear what's going on. As you mentioned, every state, and our collegians should know this, whatever state you're in, there are Obama judges and there are left-leaning lawyers that are suing to work together to hold the polls open, you know, places where they say no signatures required for you to sign your ballot. I mean, this is one of the basic things. So truethevote.org and True the Vote on their YouTube channel. Go check it out. I think that'll be valuable, Catherine. So thank you again for your time. Catherine Engelbrecht, truethevote.org. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys, all you do.
Okay, we're going to go next. One of the things that we work hard on at the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and our Collegians Summit is important for this. We have at least 2 events during the time with members of Congress, because we think it's so important to develop the relationships when you're in person, and you will have social events, a dinner with members of the House. We'll have senators come through, members of the executive branch in person. So we'll do that next summer. I hope you'll come to Collegians then. But we do have some great quality friends who took the time to join us. You heard from Senator Roy Blunt. Congressman Jim Banks of Indiana is one of the leading young, very smart elected officials in the House. Represents Indiana's 3rd Congressional District. We're going to hear from him, and we got a lot more. Well, welcome everybody. Great to be back, and we're talking next with a great friend of ours, someone who's been a great resource for our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles in general, Congressman Jim Banks. He represents Indiana's 3rd congressional district. It's a funny twist of kind of fate that he was, I think as it was, I'll ask him, office mates with one of our board members. Our board member is Scott Schneider from Indiana, and they were office mates in the legislature, which is, I was reminded of that, Congressman, because I'm going to ask you a question. One of the students submitted about the difference between serving in the state legislature and the U.S. Congress. But Congressman Jim Banks, you may have seen him in the last year or two. He's really cut a big profile as someone who speaks especially about China and the question of what's happening with America's relation with the communist regime. I mentioned he served in the Indiana state, and the Indiana, there's my phone, by the way. It's got a funny ringer. Sorry about that. And the Indiana State Senate. He also is a veteran and served in the military and has that perspective, which has been very valuable. So welcome, Congressman Banks. Thanks for coming on with us.
Thank you very much. It's great to be with you. It's an honor to be a part of your 27th conference, and I'm looking forward to having this conversation with you today.
Well, thank you. And you know, we have this is a virtual one. So many things are different, and so our students are watching virtually and then commenting and asking questions. I did get a question before we were getting ready to do this, and it was one of the students said to me, "I wonder what the difference is between serving in the Congress and serving in the state legislature broadly." But first, maybe you can tell a story about Scott Schneider that can expose him or something. But yeah, what's the difference been like for you? You've been up in the U.S. House for a couple of years now. I know you're in the Republican Study Committee. You play an active role of kind of a leadership of the conservatives. So, but what's the difference been in serving in those two bodies?
Well, really, Ed, it's been night and day. I served in the Indiana State Senate for 6 years, minus one when I deployed to Afghanistan. We can talk about that in a little bit. My wife, coincidentally, was elected to take my place as a state senator. And then I got elected to Congress. I've been in Washington for 4 years, serving in Congress. And the biggest difference is serving in a body of 50 versus a body of 435. So what I found serving in the state Senate is, the processes are very different too, but I found being in a body of 50, you're far more relevant. You can use the process in a different way to make yourself more relevant. When you're in a body of 435, you really have to work with other members. It's all about the collective, about gathering together with coalitions to get something done. And that's why, as a conservative, in a body of 435, you got to bond together with conservatives and use a collective force rather than an individual force to be productive. And that's the biggest difference. But also at the state level, a senior state senator once told me this, and I didn't fully appreciate it until I got to Congress, but at the state level, you really work on issues every day that directly impact people. I mean, what we might call kitchen table issues.
Right.
When you go to Washington, you're dealing with issues largely monetarily, largely about funding and appropriations, that we don't really impact us on a day-to-day basis like you do at the state level. That's the way our founders designed government to be, though. Government closest to the people is the most effective government, and that's what I miss about the state level.
Right.
We have a battle going on in our country today. I'm not trying to dismiss what I do at the federal level, because the battle that we're facing in Washington, D.C. for the future of our country is something that I feel called to be a part of. But really, to get back to my initial point, the difference is really night and day.
We're talking with Congressman Jim Banks, and Congressman, you mentioned one aspect of your biography that I wanted to follow up on and relate it to this presidency, and maybe you can broaden it out as you see. But I know you served in our military. You mentioned you deployed overseas. When this president ran, he ran on this sort of notion of America first, and he talked about ending the wars. You know, on the other hand, he also carefully and often talks about his support for the VA and veterans. You know, in other words, he thinks respect for the military means making clear what the mission is and then getting us home, not dragging on. He even went so far as to speak somewhat dramatically about what Eisenhower would have called the military-industrial complex, where the sort of the ability to fight a war and the surrounding economic benefits start to become somewhat seductive. How did talk about a little bit, if you don't mind, about your serving in the military? You know, you were not a kid. You weren't right out of college when you went in the military. When you were going overseas, you had already sort of mid-career. And then what you think about the president, how he's been leading on this, and how young people are looking up, and they, our young people that are on here, a lot of college kids, they were born in 2000 and 1998. They don't even remember how the war on terror began. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was in Afghanistan not that long ago. I served there in 2014 and 15.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about the period of time that I was there, it was Obama was president toward the end of his time in office, and he had politicized the war in Afghanistan and Iraq so much, sort of abruptly pulling us out in an irresponsible way, especially in Iraq. That's what led to the rise of ISIS. By the way, President Trump doesn't get enough credit. He took office and said we're going to defeat ISIS, and he did it after the Obama policies over the 8 years that he was in office led to ISIS actually being created and rising up and filling a void or a vacuum in places like Iraq. But Obama promised to end the war in Afghanistan, and I was there during the period of time when he ended the war by name, but things only got worse as Obama was leaving office, and that's the mess that President Trump inherited. And it's a shame that the debate on foreign policy was canceled, that the Presidential Debate Commission really flubbed and messed up in a way that it was canceled, because this is an area where I believe President Trump has the greatest story to tell. He's going to leave his first term. I'm hoping and praying there will be a second term, but after his first term in office, the world is a far safer place than what it was 4 years ago when Barack Obama left office. The number of deaths in Afghanistan of American troops has sharply diminished. We're in a safer situation with North Korea. When President Trump became president, and I was a brand new member of Congress serving on the Armed Services Committee, we were talking about an imminent war with North Korea. That's not the case today. The temperature has cooled in that part of the world. What he's done in building a far stronger relationship with our greatest ally in Israel by doing what every president in my life promised to do but didn't. And President Trump actually delivered on his promise and moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and building that relationship, that fundamental relationship that we have with Israel in a way that no other president has done in modern times, is a victory in and of itself. Then negotiating peace deals in the Middle East that everyone said at the outset of his administration that he would never be able to do, and he did it, and there are more peace deals to come, I believe, even before the end of the year. I mean, this president's track record when it comes to foreign policy, especially when it comes to places like Iraq and Afghanistan, and getting our troops out of harm's way is something that he will never get enough credit for. History books are going to look back and give him a lot more credit than he's getting in the moment for what he's accomplished in that regard. So ending endless wars is a platform that this president ran on, and it's a platform that he's sought so much every single day to deliver on. And I can tell you, when it comes to Afghanistan, where I was just 5 years ago from this point, it's in a much better position than it was when President Trump inherited it. In fact, just one last note on that, Ed. For the first time ever since 2001, when we went into Afghanistan, you have the Taliban negotiating with the Afghan government. That's never happened before. They've actually come together because President Trump has created a situation where they can come together to negotiate a peace deal and try to bring us to a situation where we can get our troops out of Afghanistan. That's a big win for this president. It shows what kind of leader he is, and I'm very proud of him for it.
We're talking with Congressman Jim Banks, everybody, and Congressman Banks is the 3rd Congressional District, Indiana. And Congressman, I want to make sure I don't miss the two sort of questions or threads that I've weaved through all this Collegians Summit, Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit for our college age, and sometimes we have some younger Eagles that are watching that are in high school and others that are watching. But so the two questions I've been asking everyone, one is, what do you tell young college students in terms of their future, what they should be looking at, what the possibilities are? And the second question, which I can preview and I'll tie it in, I hope, to your one of your real where you've led is on China. And the question, a lot of our young people tell us they're being taught that socialism and market capitalism, the American market capitalism and socialism, well, they're both interesting systems. What could work? And we've been talking about, hey, do you understand what socialism does in practice, what it does when you have a socialism in the world? But this first question, young people, and I'll tie this even Indiana, Notre Dame's got a ton of attention because of Amy Coney Barrett, Judge Barrett, as the nominations going forward. It's extraordinary to see. You know, you've got Indiana's got this tradition. Former Governor Mitch Daniels is one of the leaders in the country on education, online education at Purdue University. It's been really interesting to watch that change. So young people are looking up at Indiana's. Mike Pence, of course, is the vice president. Such a great debate a few weeks ago. But what do you tell young people about the future, college students, where they are, what's coming, and some of the, you know, your advice to them?
Yeah, I'm Ed. I'm probably like you because you work daily with these students. I'm as hopeful as ever about the next generation that's going to take the helm and lead our conservative movement forward. When I meet young people all over the country who are getting involved, it reminds me of me. I mean, I got involved in the political process as a college student. I'm the son of a factory worker. My mom was a cook at a nursing home.
Wow.
Politics was a 4-letter word in our house. And it's not what my mom and dad dreamed of one day, their oldest son growing up to be a politician. In fact, my dad was a hardcore union leader in the factory that he worked in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And my earliest memories of politics are two things: listening to Rush Limbaugh in the car in the early 90s, and also my dad was really hot for Ross Perot because he hated the Bushes, and NAFTA as well was a 4-letter word in our house. So the first time my dad has been excited about politics again is when Donald Trump came down the escalator, and he was for him. From that point forward, I thought he was crazy. But Donald Trump brought out those emotions for my dad, the same emotions that Ross Perot did back in 1992. Yeah. Why? Because my dad's a blue collar, working class, middle income person that never considered himself to be Republican or Democrat. Probably his family upbringing was more Democrat. My grandpa was a Democrat. Right. But Donald Trump that brought these issues back to life, putting the American worker first and negotiating trade deals, especially when it comes to China, that puts the American worker first and preserves middle income, middle class, blue collar jobs for people like him. And that's why he was fired up for Donald Trump from the outset. And that's what makes President Trump so unique, is that he's the first president that's departed from the failed policies and the failed conventional wisdom of the past that said China is a threat to the United States of America and we're going to do something about it, both economically and militarily. And I'll get back into that in a moment.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
As we talk to college students and high school students, I mean, my message to all of you is step up and get involved. And as you think about your future, think about working in a position where you can serve and give back. That doesn't mean that, I have my MBA and I worked in business before I got elected for a little bit too. But there are ways that all of us can serve and get involved and build the conservative movement and preserve the virtues and values that make America the greatest country in the world. My mom and dad's idea of the American dream when we were kids growing up in a trailer park was to step up and give my two brothers and I an opportunity to have a better lifestyle, a better life than what they had. I was the first in my family to go to college and live that out. That was my mom and dad's American dream. My American dream is the same, that my three daughters can grow up in a country where they have a better opportunity in front of them than what I had. But that American dream is at risk more than ever before. And it's because of the authoritarian regime of China, the Chinese Communist Party, whose 100-year mission is to not just dominate the world, but especially to dominate the United States of America, to become the hegemonic superpower of the world. They want to dominate us. They want to do to us what they've done to Hong Kong, what they've sought to do to Taiwan, to other countries in their region. They want to do that to us and take away the choices and the democratic values that make our country so strong. And so far, Ed, I hate to say it, but sadly, they're succeeding because they've integrated their culture, they've integrated their economy so much with the United States of America's economy that they've been able to bend us to their will. And they've forced, when you hear Mark Cuban, who by the way went to Indiana University, I've always loved Mark Cuban, from watching him on TV to owning an NBA team to watching his. This is a guy who's lived the American dream himself, built up a business and sold it, made a lot of money. But he did an interview last week that was revealing, where he said, where he was talking about why don't you speak out against the human rights abuses in China versus the Uyghur Muslim population. He said, I'm just not willing to go there. And why is he not willing to go there? Because the MBA is so dependent on the Chinese market that he's not willing to speak out against human rights abuses. And that's a darn shame in this country. They have a leader like Mark Cuban who's not willing to tell the truth and speak out, but he can't speak out because the bottom line, the almighty dollar, speaks louder to him than speaking out against the biggest threat that we face in America, which is China and the human rights abuses that China exposes against their own people. And that's what's at risk. That's why the next generation, the generation of young people that are part of this conference today, need to be focused on preserving America's values and virtues, and that means a conflict. Economically especially, and hopefully never militarily, but a conflict with China that's going to play out for the generation to come.
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, I didn't know you had two brothers. So there's three boys, you and your dad against your mom, the dynamic. Now you got your wife, who's not an insignificant, smart lady, and three daughters. Man, you're outnumbered, brother. We'll start praying for you, all those women, but I won't focus on that. Let me pick up on one thing, and we just got a few minutes left on this. We're talking with Congressman Jim Banks, and I'll put up on social media, everybody, all of his different stuff. He's got a bunch of bills he's filed. You'll be interested. But I want to back this up for a second. You mentioned Mark Cuban. If you look at the communist Chinese, what they have, I tell people this, what socialism ends up doing is managing the economy so that what young people need to realize is America's opportunity, whether it's the patent system, the rule of law, that anybody's got a chance, whether you're Congressman Jim Banks and you're first one in your family to go to college, or you're, I don't know, pick somebody who went to one of the big schools and is, one of the elite folks that goes to the top places, maybe has lots of wealth. Anybody in America can make it because our system doesn't mean everybody can, by the way. Sometimes you got more connections and all, but the possibility is there. Socialism takes control of your life and takes away those options. And we just have about 2 minutes left, Congressman Banks. I guess, when you think of socialism and the communist regime contrasted to American exceptionalism, kind of finish on why that's so important, please.
Yeah, it's important because if we choose that path for our country, for the future of America, it will take away the ability of our country to preserve what I'm talking about, that American dream, to grow up and be able to look back and say, I'm going to do better than my parents' generation did, through your hard work, ingenuity, and ambition. It takes that all off the table, Ed. I mean, that's why my generation, the younger generation, as part of this conference, we have to fight to preserve it, and it means a trade war with China. It means building up our military, which in a way that has been diminished by the Obama Biden administration, that makes it less competitive and less scary to the Chinese. They've built their military up with capabilities that surpass ours. So we have to turn our attention and focus to that. It is the threat, that the greatest threat that we face in America today is the Chinese Communist Party, and we have to rebuild our country's attention to focus on that threat, because this is a war that we can't afford to lose.
Well, thank you, Congressman Jim Banks. And let me just say, for those of you, often you heard me say on this Collegian Summit, the phrase "drain the swamp." And if you want to drain the swamp, you got to send guys like Congressman Banks up to Washington. He's not here for the action. He's here to make a difference. And we appreciate it very much, Congressman. Thank you for taking the time, and we'll be in touch soon.
Thank you. Honored to be with you.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Congressman Banks. We got a lot more that's going on. We will be back. Welcome back to Phyllis Schlafly's Collegian Summit, 27th annual. Thanks for being here. You got some great speakers that are visiting with us on Skype. A few are videotaped ahead of time. And then here in the D.C. Center, the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington, D.C. Again, Rebecca Gannon, our executive director, is with me. Our next guest is Mike Davis. Mike Davis, he worn a number of hats. I have to say, Mike, that Senator Grassley is how I associated my head. You were his chief counsel, I think, on the Judiciary Committee in the last few years when he was in. Mike Davis also clerked for Justice Gorsuch. I think the story there was you were practicing law in Colorado, clerked for him when he was out there, and then clerked for him on the Supreme Court. Is that the
Yeah,
order?
I followed him out to Colorado to clerk, and then I followed him back to D.C. to clerk.
Yeah, so and then has been helpful with what's called the Article 3 project. And our collegians, we've been talking about the promises made, promises kept of President Trump, and one of them is judges, and Mike Davis has been involved in that. So it's a busy time. You can imagine. I have to do this now. He was involved in the Kavanaugh one. Here's I stand with Brett. That one we were just saying. Remember, if for collegians that were following, and I hope you were, it was almost as smooth as Amy Coney Barrett till about a week before, and then they threw that insanity out, and the media aided them. And then now we've got the Amy Coney Barrett thing. Mike just came over from. Do you go over to the Capitol?
No, I did not. No.
Just watch it on TV, and here's this one here. So we're all watching Confirm Amy. And so welcome, Mike Davis. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me, Ed.
So first of all, judges, this president, this Republican Senate, tell college kids, young people who may not have the stretch of history, what the last 3.5 years has meant in terms of appointments and confirmations.
Well, President Trump campaigned on the promise in 2016 that he would appoint judges in the mold of Justice Scalia, and we are at 218 Article 3 judges appointed so far. Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, a near all-time record 53 judges to the critically important federal courts of appeals, the last stop for more than 99% of federal appeals. We have seen President Trump flip the 2nd, 3rd, and 11th circuits, the federal courts of appeals, from majority Democrat-appointed judges to majority Republican-appointed judges. On the 9th Circuit, the 29-seat, once out of whack liberal 9th Circuit, when President Trump took office on this 29-seat circuit, there were 11 more Democrat-appointed judges than Republicans. That is down to just 3.
Wow.
And in President Trump's second term, he could do the unthinkable. He could flip the 9th Circuit to majority Republican appointed, along with every other circuit court in this country. And what that means as a practical effect is it means you're going to have federal circuit judges, the last stop for 99% federal appeals, who understand that their limited but critical role is to apply the law instead of rewrite the law, is to protect us from government overreach and mob rule. So you're going to have judges as our last line of defense against these politicians who want to take away our right to speak, whether it's on college campuses or anywhere else that we want to speak, our right to associate, our right to worship however we want, our right to own weapons, our right to own guns. So it's truly transformative what President Trump has done, and what he's going to do by the end of this month with a Justice Amy Coney Barrett is he's going to transform the 5-4 John Roberts court to the 6-3 Clarence Thomas court. And what that means is with 5 justices, you don't need swing votes anymore. You don't need people like John Roberts anymore. You can just have a first true constitutionalist majority on the Supreme Court in over 80 years.
And that means what you're saying, though, for college students, if you don't realize this, when there's a vote in the Supreme Court, if the majority is 5-4, the person who gets to write the opinion or assign the opinion is either the Chief Justice, if he's in there, right? He always has precedence, or the most senior justice.
Correct.
Right? So if it's 5-4 and Roberts goes over to be with the others, then your point is Clarence Thomas is going to be the most senior. He's going to either write it or assign it, which is a huge influential position.
It is a huge change, and it is this is more than a generational shift in the Supreme Court. We're going to get the Supreme Court back to what the Supreme Court is supposed to be doing, which is to interpret laws, not to write laws.
Yeah. Now I'm going to date myself here, and also I'm going to sound like a nerd. Although the part of this is pretty good. I went to the College of the Holy Cross, which is where Clarence Thomas went.
Yep.
And in the year where the confirmation hearings were taking place in the fall of 1991, with my buddies, we drove from Worcester, Massachusetts to South Bend, Indiana to see a football game, Notre Dame. And on the whole ride, I listened to it in the car. I made them listen to the Clarence Thomas, because I'm a Holy Cross guy. And then in the stands, watching Notre Dame play, I think Stanford, I listened on a Walkman to the Clarence Thomas, because it's such a big deal. That's how long ago that was. But Amy Coney Barrett will be not quite as young as he was, but she'll be the youngest in a long time. She's 47, 48.
She's 48 years old.
What's her process been like? Again, for Collegians, they see this. She looks so good and professional and top notch. But are you, it's been pretty good, but are you worried there's still time? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so I run the Article 3 Project, which is a group, like you said, we fight for President Trump's judicial nominees. We've been through these fights. I worked on these fights with Justice Roberts and Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Alito when I worked in the Bush 43 White House. I helped lead Gorsuch's outside fight. I helped run Kavanaugh's fight from the Senate Judiciary Committee. So I know how these fights work from all sides. I would say we should be ready. Be ready for what's coming next, because the Democrats were far too easy on Judge Barrett as she was going through this process. And I don't know if the calculation is that they think they're going to win the election and then they're going to go pack the Supreme Court no matter what happens with Barrett, and or something else is coming. And I think it's going to be the and. I think they're going to pack the Supreme Court and something else is coming.
Well, Mike, Dave, I'm going to get Rebecca Ganter in questions, but explain to Collegians what that means. Pack the Supreme Court. That there was a historical attempt. FDR, who was annoyed that his New Deal was being struck down by the court, and he said, I'm going to pack the court. I'm going to add, how many did he want to add? Do you remember?
Was it 6?
6. He was going to add 6 justices of his choosing to try to get control. That was kind of rejected by both the Senate and the public. But what does it mean when people say Biden and Kamala Harris, they won't answer the question now?
Yep.
By the way, I want to point out, Pelosi said about Obamacare, you have to pass the bill to find out what's in it. Biden says you have to elect me president to find out what I believe in, what I do on this question. But tell the Collegians what is court packing?
So the number of justices at 9 has been set by statute since 1869. It has not changed since for over 150 years. 1869, over 150 years, right after the Civil War. What the Democrats are trying to do is change that number, because the Democrats know that the court is the last line of defense that's going to protect the American people from the Democrats transforming America as we know it into the country that they want it to be, that the Democrats want it to be, which is not the country we would recognize. And so what court packing means, this is not, I think the Democrats are trying to confuse people and say that Republicans, President Trump, have packed the court. Filling existing vacancies is not packing the court. That is doing your job, right? That is doing your job. And President Trump and the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, my former boss Chuck Grassley, Lindsey Graham, the current chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, they have all done their job very, very well, as we see with 218, a near all-time record number of appointments to the federal
bench. Let me
bench.
try this out, by the way. If you come in and you're President of the United States and there are 11 cabinet secretaries, and someone says you named all of them, that's not packing the cabinet.
It's not cabinet packing.
That's picking your cabinet.
That's doing your job.
If you go in and you said, I want 11 more cabinets, I want cabinet, that would be, now you're changing. So your point is, if it existed, you're filling them.
Yep.
If you're expanding the Supreme Court to be, and as a practical matter, if the Democrats got in with the Senate and the presidency and the House and passed it to add 6 more members, 15 members on the Supreme Court, all liberals, I'm assuming, then they would effectively have seized control of that branch, right?
Yes.
I mean, the American experiment of checks and balances is kind of out the window.
Yeah, well, so would a lot of our rights go out the window. Our First Amendment rights, especially for conservatives on college campuses, out the window. Our right to worship, out the window. Our right to own guns, out the window. There are a lot of rights that would go right out the window with a liberal majority at the Supreme Court. This is a very radical plan. It is, like you said, something that FDR tried when he was at the height of his popularity after the Great Depression, and it failed with FDR. The late Justice Ginsburg, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG, did something before she passed away. She did something extraordinary. She came out and publicly denounced court packing because she says it was essentially an assault on judicial independence. It is a really radical plan. Now the Democrats are trying to run from it and not talk about it, but it is in their 2020 Democrat National Committee platform. They don't call it court packing in the platform because that's too honest. So they call it court reform, they come up with euphemisms. They come up with swamp speak. But the reason that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won't answer it because they're going to do it, which will scare the heck out of the American people, so they don't want to admit it. And I would ask this. So we heard for the last 2 days, Kamala Harris was grilling Judge Amy Coney Barrett, asking how Judge Barrett's going to rule on future Supreme Court cases.
Right.
Yet Kamala Harris and Joe Biden won't tell the American people how they're gonna what they're gonna do about court packing.
Right. No. I mean, they're not. None of it's at this point. None of it's honest. I know you had some thoughts too. Did you have a question for Mike?
Judge Barrett just went through several hours of.
She loves Judge Barrett. She said Judge Barrett is so.
I am impressed with
everybody's
her.
impressed with Judge Barrett. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
Me too.
But she, as you know,
she didn't go to Holy Cross, but Notre Dame's a good start. Go ahead.
She's been through several hours of questioning, and as Ed said, I do find her impressive. But I'm wondering, what are some of the points or arguments that she made during the hearings that you found most impressive?
What I found most impressive, and I helped Gorsuch and Kavanaugh get through this process, and I saw on the table that they had pages and pages of notes, and these are like these smart guys from Ivy League schools. Judge Barrett sat there with no notes and completely outperformed both of them. I mean, no question, she was by far the best witness, let alone Supreme Court nominee, judicial nominee. She was by far the best witness I have ever seen testify before Congress. It was unbelievable.
You've seen a bunch of them. Judiciary Committee, you're Judiciary Committee Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, we saw several hundred of them between all the nominees that came through, and that was just last Congress. I mean, she was by far the best. She demonstrated just a complete command of the law. She was able to very deftly handle the Democrats' crazy, wild questioning about whatever crazy, wild idea they came up with. She just, it was almost embarrassing watching the hearings for the Democrats, like with Macy Hirono, who's just excruciating to watch.
Yeah. You can't, and for Collegians, we were talking earlier with Catherine Engelbrecht, True the Vote, and others. I mean, a lot of times the facts are one thing, but stories become, the narrative becomes what, Miss Allie Ziegler talking about her work on healthcare. You can have the facts, but what the story is. When you see Amy Coney Barrett, and she held up the notes. Someone said, "What are the notes?" And she held up, and it was like when you go to a hotel and you're over in the corner, you're like, "Why is there a pad in the pad? What am I going to do with that?" And you sit there and look at it. She held up was the Senate pad, and on every front page in the newspapers, I went to the corner store, the image of her holding up the pad, because it was beyond belief. And then her family, all these things are incredible. So she gets confirmed?
She'll be confirmed by the end of the month.
Before the election?
Before the election.
You're pretty confident?
I'm very confident.
And do you think that'll be along party lines?
Yeah, well, so Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski have said that they can't vote for her before the election, so you're going to lose those two. There are going to be 51 people who vote yes and 49 people who vote no.
No Democrats will vote for her. No Manchin.
No way. He just got reelected. He's not going to pretend like he's bipartisan anymore.
Right. What's the future of these hearings? I mean, are these kind of? In fact, one of our collegians put in questions online on the many platforms. Feel free to put them, and then our folks put them. Said, there's a question. What are the positives and negatives of not holding Supreme Court nomination hearings? Like, it is kabuki theater, right? I mean, it's not a real endeavor.
Well, I mean, for the first nearly 200 years of the Supreme Court confirmation hearings are a recent phenomenon. We used to not do them at all. It used to be the president would nominate a Supreme Court justice, and the Senate would confirm them that day. And it just was not this whole ordeal.
Well, and those lying frauds, Kamala Harris and somebody else repeated, Klobuchar, Abraham Lincoln didn't nominate someone before the election because the Senate wasn't in session.
Correct.
And when they came back in session, he nominated someone and they were voted in the next day.
Yes.
So there was no hearings. There was no Judiciary Committee, right? That's all a relatively new construct.
Yeah. I mean, they just weren't there. So
right.
You can't have a hearing. You can't nominate someone when the Senate is not in session.
Right.
So
but the future, what's the future of this? Is the future after Kavanaugh, and it looks like, knock on wood, it looks like Kavanaugh may have been the sort of depth of the nastiness for now. Coney Barrett, I think, knock on wood. But what's the future?
I would say let's look for next week and see what let's see what happens next week.
Yeah.
I think you're a lot more confident in the Senate Democrats' dignity than I am. I have zero. I think Democrats will sink to the lowest depths, and they proved that with Justice Thomas, Judge Bork, who failed, Justice Thomas, who succeeded in the process but got bloodied up, Kavanaugh, who succeeded but got bloodied up. Democrats hate everything that Judge Barrett stands for. Here is a conservative, pro-life woman who is a mother of 7 who can do 2 jobs. She's a full-time judge and a law professor, 3 jobs, and she's a mother too. I mean, she's
I think she has mom memory. That was like mom memory. She's like, I'm not going to write this down. Why would I got too much to think about?
Yeah.
Mike Davis, is it, what's the website? The
article number 3project.org. Article3project.org.
But Mike, so college students are thinking they might go to law school. You went to law school. You're not exactly practicing law. You're spending. It's late at night. You're spending all your time doing this. Why are you doing this? Why do you do this?
I do this because I care very much about our judiciary, because I think it is critically important that we get judges who understand that their job is to protect Americans' rights from the government and from mob rule, and that is more important now than ever with woke-ida, as I call them, the Antifa people who want to go around and rip apart our cities and tear down our statutes. So I think it's woke. We have woke-ida both in the streets, tearing down the statues, and then in the halls of Congress, in the Democrat Party. So woke-ida is everywhere, and I think it's really important that we have judges who understand that they need to protect us from these woke mobs, whether they're in government or on the streets.
Would you ever become a judge?
I don't know. I don't think I would ever get one vote. My former boss, Grassley, might give me like a sympathy vote if he's going to retire. He'd have to make sure he's going to retire first.
Because so that's not what you want to do. You don't want to be a judge.
And you've seen my Twitter feed. You know there's zero chance I'll ever be confirmed to anything.
I'll never forget Jim Talent, the senator from Missouri. One time he said, "Ed, you'd make a great judge." He said, "But you couldn't get a handful of votes." I feel your pain.
I might get one.
You might get one. I wouldn't get any.
I'll ask for a recess appointment.
There you go. That's right. College students. What advice do you give college students? Might want to be lawyers. Might want to work in government. What advice do you give?
So I think college students should. Well, I guess this was hopefully the cure for COVID is coming on November 3rd, and so we'll find out. But college students should absolutely do internships. Come out to DC, work for your congressman, work for your senator, get involved politically. That's important. Even if you don't want to end up, being crazy like me and doing what I'm doing, I think it's a good experience. For law school, I think that before people go to law school and spend all this time and money, $100,000, $150,000, understand what you want to do. Like, really think about it. Don't just go to law school because you can't figure out what you want to do next. Mm-hmm. Take a year off between undergrad and law school. Take 2 years off, take 3 years off, and really understand what you want to do before you get down that road where you've racked up, $150,000, $200,000 in debt, and then you're stuck working at a law firm, miserable because you have to pay off that debt.
Right.
But I would absolutely, again, encourage everyone to do internships. Get involved on political campaigns. Go work at do an internship. Come out to Washington. Come out here and work for a year or two.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. And then you came out. Did you come out here for an internship?
I did. When I was an undergrad, I'm old. This is back in, I'm 43 now, so I have to count backwards. When I was in 1998, I interned for House Speaker Newt Gingrich during the impeachment of Bill Clinton. So I've been a hellraiser for over 20 years, 22 years. But then I went back to the University of Iowa, started Students for George W. Bush, ran it across the state for the Iowa caucuses. Came out to open mail for Senator Grassley, worked for the Bush administration, went back to Iowa for law school, came back out and worked in the Bush 43 White House, met Neil Gorsuch there, went to the Justice Department. When Gorsuch became a 10th Circuit judge, I followed him out to Colorado, was a law clerk for him for a year, private practice of law for litigator for 10 years, and then got the bug again and followed Gorsuch back out here to do the political thing again back in 2017. So I've been all over. I can't keep a job, Ed.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's important to know. What's at stake on November 3rd?
We hear this every election, but this is truly America as we know it is on the line, and I think it's so important for people to understand this. That we can't be political here because we have our various nonprofit statuses, but I would say that we need to make sure that if left-wing radicals take over our government, our country, our America as we know it, is going to be destroyed. Mm-hmm. And they're going to do it by destroying the judiciary, by packing the Supreme Court, by putting a bunch of left-wing judicial activists on the Supreme Court and the lower courts. And they are going to end the legislative filibuster in the Senate, lowering the vote threshold from 60 to 51, and then they're going to jam through their legislative agenda. And that includes, and this is in the Democrat National Committee platform, adding D.C. as a state, adding Puerto Rico as a state, maybe the Virgin Islands. So you have 4 to 6 new Democrat senators packing the Supreme Court. I mean, our country is game over America if this happens. Our rights are out the door, and we're going to be genuflecting to Woke-Ida for the rest of our lives.
All right. Woke-Ida. Okay. Thank you. Mike Davis, again, the website. Tell us the website.
Article number 3project.org. Article3project.org.
The word article, the number 3project.org.
You got it.
Check it out there. And Mike Davis does have a very good Twitter feed. You should follow it. You'll see lots of great insight. And you must be Irish. Are you Irish?
I am. That's why I'm crazy.
Yeah. Well, no, that was Phyllis told the joke. Phyllis Schlafly said an Irishman walks down the street and sees a fight break out, and he goes over and taps one of the people on the shoulder and said, "Is this a private fight or can anybody jump in?" That's Mike Davis. Okay, Mike, thank you very much. Next we're gonna watch a short video from Andrew Muller. Andrew Muller is the key leader of the Phyllis Schlafly Teen Eagles in St. Louis. Great young guy. He's going to talk a little bit about what's going on. We'll play that video right now. Andrew Muller.
Hi there, my name is Andrew Muller. I'm the administrator of the St. Louis Teen Eagles, which is a group of Christian conservative students in the St. Louis metropolitan area. As patriots and as Eagles, it is our job as the next upcoming generation of conservative leaders to take the torch that is being handed off to us by the previous generation of patriots. I'm sure you have heard, as I have heard, as we've all have heard, every election cycle, that little statement that's thrown around that says, this is the most important election in the history of our nation. But there's truth to that. Because never before have the issues, the worldviews, the ideologies, the principles, the policies of the candidates and the parties, have they been so separated and so polarized. But the false lies and the fake news that the media is pushing can't get the victory and can't win the day. We can't let it. We have to get to the bottom line and cut through the noise to get to the truth. And that is, this election's not about red or blue. It's not about left or right. It's about if we, as free people, choose for our nation liberty over lies, prosperity over poverty, and capitalism over communism, and so on and so forth. The list goes on and on. They're all directly opposed to one another. There's a radio host I listen to oftentimes, Abraham Hamilton III. He has a great saying I'm going to share with you. He says, darkness is not an affirmative force. It simply reoccupies the space vacated by the light. Darkness can't exist without the absence of light. Are we, as conservative students, going to pull away from culture, pull away from politics, and let the darkness encroach? It's my prayer that we don't. I'm a Christian. I believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and I have internal liberty from sin because of that, and external liberty because of this great nation that is America, and the principles that this country was founded upon. Conservative principles are worth fighting for. We must treat this like the battle that it is and fight to win. Let me encourage you, this day, this month, this year, speak out, engage, vote, and pray. Talk with your friends, talk with your family, get people to the polls, and vote your conscience. Let me encourage you to be a leader. Somehow, some way, to somebody, you're a leader because you have a platform. You have a sphere of influence. Use it well. God does not call the equipped. He equips the called. And may we save this country that we all love so dearly. Godspeed and fight on. Thanks.
Welcome back to the 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. As I tell you every time I say that phrase, we're virtual this year, but next summer we'll be together in person, so stay close to us. Sign up for all of our emails, phyllisschlafly.com, and stay connected. Also, we have internships. You heard Mike Davis of the Article 3 Project say, come out and get an internship. We have internships in our Washington, D.C. office. We'd love to have you get involved. Go to phyllisschlafly.com/internships. By the way, if you would like a copy, I've got a new book out. It's called Top 100 Promises Made, Promises Kept. It's a very handy guide to what President Trump said he would do and what he did. And so if you want a copy of that, just email us directly. You can hear our next guest coming through, by the way, just in a minute. And so we'll send you a copy of that. So email me directly, ed@phyllisschlafly.com, or get in touch in the comments, and we'll send you a copy of that so you're ready to tell your friends and family. Our next guest is Jack Posobiec. Jack Posobiec, I think he's famous now for being a One America News anchor and correspondent. He's on television all the time, but he really is valuable, if I can say, in the current movement because he uses his Twitter feed at Jack Posobiec, Posobiec, got it? Jack Posobiec, at Jack Posobiec, as he's incredible. He breaks stories, he's a networker, really valuable stuff. So he joins us now to talk, well, he's going to join us in a moment to talk about Antifa, what he's seen, and what's happening in the country. And again, I'd say follow him on Twitter at Jack Posobiec. Also, if you know how Twitter works, you start to follow Jack, you'll see who else to follow. He is tweeting and retweeting the key folks that are valuable, that are important for breaking news. So again, at Jack Posobiec, and also watch him on One America News. One America News, by the way, if you don't get that, if your cable network doesn't get it, if you're home at your parents' house, they have a free service right now. You can sign up for, forget how long it is, a month, maybe through Election Day, and so get One America News. They also cover all of the president's rallies. They don't cut away for the 5 or something that they did the other day on Fox News. Makes me crazy. So we've got Jack Posobiec. Oh, no, hold on. Jack's only on audio?
He's audio only.
Okay, Jack's audio only. Is it going to stay that way? Okay, Jack, I think we're audio only with Jack. Jack, how's it going?
Hey, Ed, really appreciate you having me on. You know, it's amazing that you've got me here because it turns out that this is one of the only ways being here with you on this broadcast, because I have just been, for the first time ever, locked out of my Twitter account. Twitter has censored me for 12 hours because I was so brazen as to share images from the Hunter Biden leak that came out in the New York Post today. So a media outlet, a journalistic outlet, published images from Hunter Biden today, right? They ran it through their outlet, and Twitter is censoring everyone who posts from it.
Wow. Well, and you're not a guy that has 50 followers or even 50,000. You've got 1 million followers. So let's talk about this for a moment. What's it say, Jack, to you? You know, again, I was describing you and talking about your sort of trajectory. You were served in the military. When you got out of the military, you started to communicate. You had a kind of platform with Twitter, and then you became a television journalist. But what does it say to you that Twitter is silencing folks like you so dramatically?
Yeah, look, they are putting the thumb on the scales of this election. And it's something that conservatives are going to have to decide whether or not they can square with, because when we talk about freedom, when we talk about freedom of speech as an ideal, as a principle, that doesn't just mean freedom from the government. That means freedom from powerful oligarchic corporations, and they have become monopolies. When Teddy Roosevelt went after the monopolies of his day, he called them the trusts. And then he became known as the trust busters, right? That's what he did. When Ronald Reagan did his antitrust regulation action against the telephone companies, long distance companies, all right? This has been done by Republicans again and again in the past. And I think it's time that Republicans and conservatives, yes, we are the free market side, but that also means competition. We stand for market competition. And right now what we have is a monopoly power over communication in the 21st century that is enjoyed by these people in Silicon Valley who are making up the rules as they go along, and it has to stop, and it certainly has to stop as we are within 3 weeks of an election.
That's what I was going to say, Jack. And you I should have said in the Navy you were an intelligence officer, and so you come at this as a professional messaging guy, knows what's going on. In 2016, we didn't see either the mainstream media or tech play the role that they're playing now. Today, the mainstream media ignored the Hunter Biden story, accepted the Biden campaign's statements. I think the Biden campaign actually blamed Russia with nothing to back it up, just said blame Russia for the Biden leak, the Hunter Biden leak. And now we see the big tech company putting their thumb on the scale. Jack Posobiec, now you see the field bigger than anybody. how can President Trump even win? How can anyone win when you're running against the fake news and the big tech and the swamp? I don't know how you beat that.
Well, the way, Ed, that you beat that is through numbers, right? They say there's two ways to have power in politics, and that's if you have money or if you have numbers, right? And so with that ability, what you basically have to do is to say when somebody gets censored, when somebody goes down, conservatives and believers in liberty, believers in God, must stand together. When one person goes down, we have to rally to their side, and we have to let our leaders in Congress know, specifically our leaders in the FCC know, the Republicans who do sit there, know that it's time enough. It is time enough. We are sick of it. And in an election scenario like we are in right now, think of it, where they could go with this. They're starting with the New York Post article. They're starting small, but they have moved the chains in a way that we have not yet seen in this country. What's coming next has the potential to even be earth-shattering. Imagine, if you will, and Mark Zuckerberg has already said this. He said that if a candidate declares victory on election night, but if they have not received what Mark Zuckerberg refers to as a consensus victory,
right,
then Mark Zuckerberg will censor that transmission. So let me de-Silicon Valley-ize that speech. What he's saying is, if Trump declares victory, but they don't like it, he's going to censor Trump across all social media. And you know the other guys are going to follow along because Zuckerberg is the big dog.
We're talking with Jack Posobiec on Twitter, at Jack Posobiec, although it's locked right now, I guess, for 12 hours. I still can't believe that, Jack, that happened. And also,
it's myself, and it's not just me, by the way. This isn't, I'm not just here, singing a little violin for myself. It's also James Wood, the incredible actor James Wood, incredible conservative, incredible patriot, and also the absolutely wonderful Kayleigh McEnany has also been locked out of her account for posting this article about Hunter Biden. They do not want anyone knowing about this article, about his dirty dealings in the Ukraine while his father was vice president, and the fact that we're seeing in these emails that his dad knew a little bit more about it than he let on. Remember, Joe Biden told us at the debate, he told the American people on the national stage that he had nothing to do with Burisma. Now we're seeing a different story in these emails.
Well, and I hate to say it, I mean, we're getting down to details a little bit, but for our collegians, one of the things I tell people, and the late Phyllis Schlafly taught me this, and we heard it from Mike Davis, I think Jack will agree, get involved with the campaign, volunteer, because you understand things differently, you see what's going on. When the Biden campaign came out earlier today and said, we deny that there was ever a meeting, it's not in our public records, they just set themselves up for a problem, because if there was a meeting, it's going to come out, and then it's game, set, match. You've gotten caught lying twice. But Jack, I want to make a couple things, Jack, because I have such limited time on the Collegians, and we've got more great guests. First of all, I want to mention your two books, Citizens for Trump, The Inside Story of the People's Movement to Take Back America, which is your history sort of for that period of the Trump campaign, but also 4D Warfare, a doctrine for a new generation of politics. That's really valuable for people to know about. Jack, what do you tell college kids? I mean, you're not that far removed from it yourself, a decade or so. What do you tell college kids, the collegians that are listening and watching this on our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegian Summit? What do you tell them to think about politics, getting involved? How do you encourage them?
Well, I'd say two things, right? First of all, that, if you think long and hard if you want to get involved or not, understand that we do live in a society right now that if you come out as a conservative, as a Republican, as a Trump supporter, as a devout Christian, all right, we live in a society where many institutions will not have your back if you cross them. We just saw a police officer, a chief of police of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, had to resign. He was fired, basically, by the city council over his wife saying that she supported Donald Trump. So just understand the situation that we are in, and the fact that so many times people have come forward and started these sort of anti-conservative swarms, these harassments against people on campus or online, cyberbullying campaigns, and the universities will not do anything. Now, that being said, to the courageous ones who do step forward, Remember what Andrew Breitbart said, the late, great Andrew Breitbart. He said, walk towards the fire, because when you walk towards the fire, others will see you doing it and know that they can too. So if you want to be that person who can be an example, who can walk towards it, who will expose what's going on campus, who will expose what's going on in their voting precincts throughout the election, especially in these swing states. I'm from the Philadelphia area, and let me tell you, we've got a little bit of shenanigans that go on around election time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for those people, look, every single person listening to this right now on this transmission, this incredible transmission, it's so great that you're doing this on the eve of the election, that you have a cell phone, you have social media, you have a camera on you at all times, you have a video camera, you have the ability, every single one of you has the ability to shift the direction of this election. Think about it. The emails that came out today from Hunter Biden were from a guy who works at a laptop repair shop. A guy who works at a laptop repair shop. He saw something, he said something, he took action. Understand that that is what it takes to shift things, and that every single person, doesn't matter how many followers you have, it doesn't matter how many how many likes you get, if you find that thing and you share it, you have all the power you need right in the palm of your hand.
All right. Hey, Jack, thank you for making time, especially since you got locked out of Twitter today. Jack Posobiec will put all your social media up. And again, I encourage people to both to follow you and read the book, especially the book 4D Warfare. Jack, thanks for taking the time. And we'll
always have plenty of time for Ev Martin.
You're nice. All right. Thanks, Jack. Stay well. God bless. We appreciate it. That's an incredible story, by the way. That's amazing that happened tonight. You got to know, Jack Posobiec's Twitter feed is very, very influential. The president retweets him regularly. He's noticed by the White House. So this is a story that we're going to see more about. We're going to hear more about. Okay, I'm going to go to we're going to keep moving because we got so many great folks to be on this 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegians. Our next guest is Ambassador Sam Brownback. And Ambassador Brownback, he's worn a lot of hats. He was governor of Kansas, I think, for almost 7 years, 2011, I think it was, through 2018. He was nominated by President Trump to be the ambassador at large for international religious freedom. And I'll explain why that's so interesting. But he served in Congress. He served in the House as well as the Senate. He has been, on many issues, has been great for conservatives, especially pro-life, pro-family. I know the late Phyllis Schlafly certainly appreciated his leadership. As a very young man, I think I'm getting this right, Ambassador, that I think he was the agriculture secretary in Kansas when he was maybe in his 20s. So if you're out there, and I don't know, how old were you when you got that post?
29.
29. So for our collegians that are 22 or so, just a few years now, you can run the ag department in Kansas if you're Sam Brownback. But he when he was in the Senate, he really honed an interest in the question of religious liberty and international affairs, and he played a role there. And this position now as ambassador at large for international religious freedom is kind of the culmination, I'd say, of his public service and then his interest in, and especially his own faith. So, Ambassador Brownback, welcome to the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. Thanks for taking time to be with us.
Oh, it's a delight to be with you. And I was a great fan of Phyllis Schlafly. She really set the standard for conservatism. I mean, she got the pro-life issue and the platform in 1980 in the Republican platform when it was a huge fight at that time. And she just never quit fighting. So I'm honored to be associated with anything associated with Phyllis Schlafly because of just how much of a crusader and warrior that she was.
Well, and let me just make sure to say this because we've had other guests from the administration. Ambassador Brownback's appearing in his personal capacity. He's not doing anything official. We just like to be clear about that. But here's a way to put this put all that stuff aside and say this. You got a bunch of kids yourself. You've raised a family. So you've talked to college kids yourself, your own. All these college students that are on this virtual summit, Collegian Summit. What do you tell college kids in this era? It's a crazy era. We got the COVID thing. We got virtual school. We got the economy is becoming this technological economy. The world is shrinking. I don't know. How do you talk to college kids, Ambassador?
Yeah, that's a good question. And if you were a college kid right now, if I was a college kid right now, what would I do and be talking about? And as you say, I am not in a political position at this point in time. I'm in an ambassadorship position, and so I'm talking really from that and not from politics.
Right.
If I were a college student right now, I would look at this and just make sure that I keep focused on my faith. Make sure I keep focused on the long game and learning what I can through this period of time, and not to be driven by fear. I think one of the worst things that's happening right now is that people are getting driven to do things by fear rather than thinking things through, rather than really being, thinking about it, contemplative about it, being wise, and also, I think this is a real good time to be able to look to mentors that you trust and that you like, that aren't driven by fear, and watch them and listen and talk with them, because 2020 is a year like none of us have seen in a lifetime. This one's really amazing. You've had really 1918, 1929, and 1968 in the first half of the year. With the Spanish flu, the stock market crash, and race riots. I mean, it's just this is amazing. So this is one really where you want to really keep your eyes on the long term, and I think really one where you want to grow your faith in a season that's as troubling as this one.
We're talking with Ambassador Sam Brownback, and your current service, Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. For me, in this 2020, maybe this administration, the place where that seems to be most glaring is China. The concern people have expressed over what's happening in the communist Chinese regime. The late Phyllis Schlafly, we were talking about her earlier, she cut her teeth as a young mom and a housewife studying and forming book clubs on the anti-communist efforts, pulling the congressional record of all the hearings and saying this is what communism, Soviet communism means. It's taken a lot of time for, I think, Americans to realize what the Chinese communist regime, it's the communist part of the Chinese regime that that has a problem. But one way to shine a light is this question of religious freedom in China. How do you describe that? How glaring is that problem? How big a factor is it in the sort of whatever you call this moment of Chinese-American relations?
To me, it's the most troubling religious persecution situation in the world, and not because it is the most deadly, although it may well be, but because of the tools and the tactics they are using. This is a communist, atheistic regime that's really going back to its roots. Ronald Reagan, when he was crusading against the Soviet Union, it was the atheistic piece of communism and them holding their people away from faith that really troubled him so much. I'm reading a book on it right now. We should be the same troubled nature about the Communist Party in China that has 1 million Muslims locked up in detention facilities, that's tearing down house churches and putting up pictures of Mao and Xi Jinping in place of Jesus in the front of a church, that's doing credible reporting of organ harvesting of some of the religious adherents they don't like, that still doesn't let the Dalai Lama back into his home country, back into Tibet. He isn't allowed there. That still persecutes the people in Tibet. And now it's using the high-scale sophisticated technology to really run this police state, a virtual police state, even if people aren't locked up. They're using the latest of the technology, artificial intelligence, watching people constantly with cameras, genetic testing, to where people are in a virtual police state even if they're operating outside of it. They can't, in some cases, buy and sell if the state doesn't like them or like how they practice their faith. And it's that forward use of this technology to oppress people of faith that is particularly troubling to me, because I think it's the future of oppression. And we don't want to see these systems replicated in other places in the world.
For our young people that are watching, Collegians, you may not realize it because it's only been maybe the last 3 or 4 years, most Americans thought, well, we'll figure out how to work with the Chinese. They're not quite like the Soviets. Their communism is not as maybe systemic. But in the last 3 or 4 years, it's become so clear. And I think this president in the trade war that people know about, they say that's one factor, that we have to have a fair trade deal. But these other factors are, as you point out, I think more troubling. And the presence now of the light on it, to see what's happening, is a positive thing. What should, this is a good issue. What should young people in college be thinking about the communist Chinese regime? How should they be saying, because a whole bunch of our universities have Chinese communist money invested in them to set up centers and to bring students over from China. So how should, these young people be thinking, hey, what does it mean? What's the future going to be?
I think they need to really work on getting the facts and not biting the spin, not taking the spin. That China, the Communist Party in China, has been investing heavily in influencing in the United States. They've bought a number of different things associated with the entertainment industry. They've invested heavily in the universities and these Confucian institutes. And I think people just need to take the blinders off and be willing to look, and then really be willing to confront them. This is a regime that is an enabler of human rights abuses around the world, the greatest enabler of human rights abuses around the world, and they themselves are practicing it too. And I think people need to be really aware. I think China is every bit, if not more, of a difficult adversary than the Soviet communist system was when they were at the height of their power. The Chinese have figured out how to use the money. They really bully other countries around the world to follow them. And we have got to take this fight on aggressively. And thankfully, President Trump has really dug into this fight, and I think has really changed the paradigm on our relationship with China. Before he came in, this was one where we were really accommodating them, and now we're confronting them.
We're talking with Ambassador Sam Brownback, who is the Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. And you said something, they should get the facts. Where would you recommend it? What book would you recommend? What website would you recommend for people to read on the reality of China? And let me say this about this. This is what was so important. I remember asking Phyllis Schlafly about those early years, 1940s into the 50s, early 60s. They formed book clubs. Back then, she said, I got all these housewives. We formed book clubs. We studied what the Soviet communists were actually saying and doing. And once we informed, she joked, she said, we get all the women that were stay-at-home moms to understand it. Then they go home and tell their husbands, and then that would move the thing along. But where would you say, what books should people read? What websites should they go to learn this truth about the communist regime?
I think a number of the conservative websites are doing a good job now of uncovering this. I like the book I'm reading now on Ronald Reagan as a crusader against communism, because it talks about the things that really grated on Reagan and then what he did to take that message across the country. And he did. He was crusading against communist Soviet Union and their atheist system, and they're keeping their people from faith. He was crusading against them when he was on GE as a spokesman there. I think really to look at some of those tactics that were used for years against the Soviet Union are things that we ought to dig back up, or freshen back up for the moment. But one of the key ones was confronting them on this being an atheistic system that forces the atheism on its people. Even though it says, yeah, we've got religious freedom, China will say that, they don't allow people to practice their faith. They lock up, as I said at the first of it, 1 million Muslim Uyghurs are locked up in detention facilities now that the Chinese communists call their vocational training facility. One other point I want to make that's key. We have no problem with the Chinese people. They are wonderful people. My youngest daughter is from China. I love her dearly. We love the Chinese people. It's the Chinese Communist Party that's run that country for 70 years. That's an authoritarian, atheistic system that's become more aggressively so under Xi Jinping. That is who we have difficulty and a problem and are confronting.
Again, Ambassador Sam Brownback, we're talking about his role, his work as Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. Is that book, The Crusader, is that the Paul Kengor book, the Grove City professor?
Yes.
Yeah, Paul Kengor.
Yes, it is.
He's extraordinary. That's he'll be so happy to hear you talking about it.
I love it because it is so parallel the season, and remember how serious we took the fight and the confrontation against the Soviet Union for decades. We've got to take this one with an equal amount of seriousness.
Well, and I just acknowledge again to our collegians who probably see this, I think maybe it can be said, this is a little premature, but the Chinese are much more sophisticated in their messaging than the Soviets were. The Soviets would bang the table and say, we're going to beat you and you're going to speak Russian and the Chinese don't say that as much. They are much more likely to think in the Communist Party. One last line of questions. I don't want to say the last question, Ambassador, but we're talking about all this, and one of the things I'm hearing you say to young people is hone your faith. Focus on your faith. Don't be afraid. I know one of the people you had admired, John Paul II, now Saint John Paul the Great, used to say, "Be not afraid." That was almost his mantra. Of course, a Polish priest living behind the Soviet Iron Curtain back in his youth, he had a pretty good claim on not being afraid. He just kept going forward. But I wonder what you think about this. In the midst of all these tumultuous moments and movements in America, and with some of the frankly diminished leadership of religious leaders, there's not as many vibrant, vocal, obvious leaders that there had been in the past. Billy Graham was so dynamic. Franklin Graham is very effective. I don't mean to, but it's not quite the same thing. In the Catholic Church, there's not the iconic leadership, moral leadership that there was for lots of reasons. But people talk about a revival in America now, more and more, that the people are ready for a revival. Do you feel that? And many years of watching people as a candidate and as a public official, are we at a special moment in terms of the spiritual revival? Do you sense that? Is that possible right now? And could that be something that young people are stepping into?
You sure sense it around the world. I don't know if I could say yet in America. You can sense in America that the depth of faith is getting deeper. And it may be some people that were really pretty shallow about their faith or not that focused on it have drifted away. But the people that have really sunk into their faith, they know the cost of it and they're willing to put that cost into it. And they're more formed, they're more developed, they're more Marines in their faith, that this is about something that they're willing to fight for, and they're going to have to fight for because there will be in different places and different ways that you're going to have some cost that's associated with it, but it's completely worth it. One time I remember as governor, I was being hit for something, and I signed 19 pro-life bills, and I did a number of things, and I'm walking out in front of the governor's mansion, and I'm just thinking, I'm pro-life. I am strong for the family. I believe in America and the growth of this country. Am I just a dinosaur thinking all these things? And the thought came to my mind, well, is truth a dinosaur?
Huh.
And wow. I thought, no, truth is not a dinosaur. Then you're not a dinosaur. You stand for truth. Just stand with those principles of truth that we built this country on for nearly 250 years. That we built it on these basic moral principles, these God-given principles that you read all the founders. I mean, this was a country that they were looking up when they were creating it.
Yes.
Just keep your eye on that faith and that formation and on truth. And you're going to do fine even in tumultuous times.
Are you a grandfather yet?
I am. I have 6 grandchildren.
I thought you might. I got to tell you, besides the fact that my father says that being a grandfather is the best thing that ever happened, and he said being a father is awfully hard work. Being a grandfather is all upside. But I think I just discovered, you need to write a children's book. Truth the Dinosaur is Truth a Dinosaur, and get one of your kids to illustrate it or something. But let me finish with this question, Ambassador Sam Brownback. I think a lot of our collegians, and if I could say myself, I'm so interested in this. I think I know that your office has done some reports and does some things. Can you tell our folks where to go to see that and read that and get more familiar with a lot of what you're seeing? We talked a lot about China, but I know your sort of docket is ambassador at large, so you got the whole world, so there's a lot more there. But tell us where we can find out more about your work.
You can go to State Department, state.gov, and put in international religious freedom.
Okay.
We put out an annual report that's posted there. That's really the gold standard for what's taking place on religious freedom around the world. We've got various feeds that we put out, Twitter feeds, other feeds that we put out as well. If you want to keep current on things going on right now, like in Belarus, there's a big issue really. The Archbishop of the Catholic Church is being blocked from going into that country, or there's a number of other countries where you're seeing persecution, and so we cite all those. But go on that state.gov, type in international religious freedom, and it'll take you there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ambassador. Thanks for taking the time. I know it's a busy day. We appreciate you spending some time with us, and we will look forward to tracking your good work. So God bless you.
God bless you and all the collegians that are a part of this. I wish you all the best in the future, and get active and stay focused on the truth.
Well, and we'll do this we'll do it in person next year, next summer. So we'll invite you back, and you can meet some of these great kids when we're here. We'll get it on your calendar, hopefully. So thanks again. We appreciate you very much. Ambassador Sam Brownback will put all his stuff up on social media. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to keep moving. We got a few more speakers coming up in a few minutes. We'll talk with John Schlafly, Phyllis Schlafly's oldest son. He'll talk a little bit about the inspiration for the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians. I'm getting messages from folks asking me about the internships. We have internships in the D.C. office. We have internships in the world headquarters of the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles in St. Louis. Go to phyllisschlafly.com/internships, and you can figure out how to sign up. We did some virtually because of the pandemic, and we're going to do some more like that. We'll figure out ways to do it. We're very flexible and interested in getting connected with young people that want to do good work on conservative issues. All right, John Schlafly will be with us in a few minutes. I had the opportunity earlier today to record a segment with Joe Flynn, General Mike Flynn's brother. He wanted to contribute with us here on the Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. Pardon me. So we'll play that next, and we'll come back and talk to John Schlafly. So here's Joe Flynn, a businessman and one of General Mike Flynn's siblings, and his right hand on a lot of the work that General Flynn has done in the past and will be doing as soon as he gets through his legal insanity that this government's done to him. So here's Joe Flynn. All right, our next guest is a friend of mine. Over these last couple of years, I've had a chance to work with Joe Flynn. Joe Flynn is, he's kind of, I guess he's willing to say, he's famous because his brother is General Mike Flynn, but he's had a great success as a businessman and entrepreneur in the healthcare field, and he's been in business, and now he is helping his brother General Flynn through the legal process, but also as General Flynn emerges back into his life. So Joe Flynn is with us. He's a member of the Trump campaign's Coalition for Catholics, the group that has been out talking about how Catholics should care, because the Flynns come from an old Democrat family in Rhode Island, all Catholics, and that's a story in of itself. But also first, welcome Joe Flynn, and let me ask you an update for our collegians. And we have college students listening, some high school students, some alumni of our program, but mostly sort of in their and around their 20s. And how is General Flynn doing? Give us an update on him now. So many people wonder and worry about him.
Well, General Flynn is fine from the standpoint of his physical health is great. His family is great. Thank God. That's more important, honestly, than anything. But we're still in this battle. As you know, Ed, the charges were dropped with prejudice by the Department of Justice on the 7th of May. And here we are, October 14th. And Judge Sullivan has us tied up in knots in some type of weird power play where, for the first time in American history, when the prosecutors drop the charges, this judge is not quickly signing off on that. So we're still fighting it. We're going to fight it to the end. We'll see where it goes. We're always hoping for new information and for the one thing that has to happen, which is the judge needing to sign off on this.
We're talking with Joe Flynn. And Joe, I mentioned that you're helping the Trump campaign. You believe in the president on a lot of issues, but mention, I think, about your family. You come out of Rhode Island, the family, you got all these brothers and sisters. Your mother was a well-known pro-life sort of grassroots leader and a Democrat back when it was possible. Tell me about the progression of the Flynn family from being old Rhode Island Democrats to today.
Yeah, well, as you know, maybe some of your young people in the audience that come from the Northeast, you know, back in a time when your parents and grandparents were first arriving to this country from Italy, from Ireland, from Portugal, from other, you know, Catholic European places. They were the working class, and of course, you know, the Democrats, especially with FDR, was a working class party right up through the Kennedy years. And really into the 1980s, when it wasn't not uncommon that, you know, 80-90% of Roman Catholics were Democrats. Okay,
Right.
That's just the way it was. Obviously, the first Democrat president in the U.S. was a Catholic, John Kennedy, and in those days the party was pro-worker, pro-military, and really a different party than it is today. And what we've seen is a progression which we kind of saw in the Clinton years, but really accelerated with the Obama administration, where the very far left of the Democratic Party essentially became emboldened and at this point has pretty much taken over the Democratic Party. We started to see this about 10 years ago. I personally started to see this when I was still a member of the Democratic Party living in California, where, you know, I went to my first, when I moved out to California about 15 years ago, went to my first Democrat Party meeting thinking, well, I'll get involved and get active. And all they wanted to talk about was abortion rights and gay marriage. And I was there wanting to talk about national security, education, and those types of, and protection for the police. And they wanted nothing of that. I walked out of the meeting saying, I don't recognize this anymore. I'm out. And I think the same thing happened with General Flynn through his experience in the military and the awful foreign policy, particularly of the Clintons and Obama. And we just sort of knew that the Democrat Party had lost its way entirely. And now it's unrecognizable and really dangerous and damaging to the country.
Yeah, we're talking with Joe Flynn, and I'll make sure again to put up on social media. Joe's got a big active Twitter following, and you should check in there. General Flynn is pretty quiet on Twitter, has had a few posts, but Joe Flynn will post sort of updates on the things, and on Sidney Powell, who's one of our guests at Collegians. Joe, you might have known. Joe, two quick topics to cover, and I know we want to be respectful of your time. Sure. One is, tell us about you've been vocal about the president's support in reforming the Veterans Administration. And for our college students, you may not yet worry about this, you may not realize, but if you serve in the military, among the many sacrifices you make, and you might lose your life, of course, is you get less pay. But one of the benefits is you get a commitment from us, we the people, our government, to cover your veterans of VA, to hospital, health care benefits. And it was a disaster until it's always been a tough system in many ways because of government managed anything, whether it's but in this president made a challenge to get onto the VA and take it up. Tell us, Joe, I've heard you speak on this a number of times, how important that is.
Yeah, I think that the young people that are listening have, they don't think about retirement benefits and these types of things. I wish I did when I was their age. And I have kids their age, so you want, at some point you want to stop working. And if you were a veteran, especially if you were a veteran who served a long period of time or in a foreign war, you expect, at a minimum, you expect the government to take care of important things like your health care. The Veterans Administration is the largest hospital system in the United States. It serves over 30 million people. And unfortunately, it has been very poorly managed before the Trump administration. And there was a crescendo of the poor management with a scandal that took place at the Phoenix VA during the middle or so towards the end of the Obama administration, where people were waiting in lines and literally people were dying because they weren't getting treated. These are veterans who deserve that treatment. And of course, as the media always did with the Obama administration, they moved it under the rug. President Trump in 2016 made veterans issues, and the VA in particular, one of his key points in his reelection. And as we've seen with a lot of things President Trump has done, it's a promises made, promises kept situation, right? And nothing truer than with the Veterans Administration. The biggest movement that he made was the Mission Act of 2018. The Mission Act of 2018 provided the first real and permanent choice for veterans, meaning allowing veterans, if they can't access a VA hospital, then they could go to any provider, any healthcare provider in the country and get the care that they needed. Before, the only way the veteran could get help would be to have to go to a VA clinic or a VA hospital, many of which were so poorly managed and so poorly and had such poor outcomes, clinical outcomes, that people were avoiding this. And so President Trump opened it wide open and said, we're going to allow our veterans the same benefits any of our military people, and use any hospital that they want using their VA benefits to get reimbursed. This is a major, major deal for veterans. In addition, the Mission Act held accountable for the first time, really, in since the creation of VHA, held accountable VA employees. I mean, if you got into the VA prior to President Trump coming in, you were a complete disaster. Meaning you had a bad record, or you had criminal record, all kinds of trouble. You could keep your job forever. President Trump immediately changed all that and allowed for a reform, specifically personnel reform inside the VA, and got rid of all, or is in the process of getting rid of as many of the bad actors in the VA as possible. That's real reform, and it was undone. It was not done prior to President Trump being in power.
Well, Joe, I was just writing a note down to myself on some of what you were saying, because I love how you say it. And what I tell our young people is, if you want things run better, you got to get people that know how to run things. And in this case, the VA, the Veterans Administration, they do surveys year after year on the patients, on the veterans coming. It's at record high performances because of the president's changes. All right, Joe Flynn, I got real quick. I'm running out of time.
Sure.
College kids, you mentioned you have children that are around college age. Give our folks what's the future look like? What should they be doing? How should rah for our college kids?
Yeah, the future is all about you guys. We're not the future, Ed. We're fading into the sunset. And we may have a few more good years left to fight, but our young people, including my own children who are 23 and 26, are facing real serious challenges and attacks on our constitutional republic that you and I never dreamed were going to happen. We thought once the Soviet Union was done, communism was gone forever. We're truly facing Marxists in this country. And I think our young people have to really understand who the enemy is in terms of who we're facing politically. They will take away our freedoms. Every vote counts. Your friends need to be educated, and educate yourselves on history, most importantly, so you know what we're facing as we go forward. And please vote and get your friends to vote. We need to win the House, we need to win the Senate, and of course we need to win back the White House.
All right. Hey, Joe Flynn, thanks for the time. We appreciate it very much. We've got a lot more for our collegians now in the College Summit. We'll get to it. Thanks, Joe Flynn. And we will be, I'll get back to some of the others. Here we go.
Thank you, Ed.
Thanks, Joe. Welcome, everybody. It's my great privilege. We're going to speak with John Schlafly. John Schlafly is in Alton, Illinois right now at the home of Eagle Trust. I'll tell you about that a little bit more, but the important thing to know is John Schlafly is Phyllis Schlafly, the late Phyllis Schlafly's oldest son. He himself is an attorney, graduated with honors from the University of Miami School of Law, then did a master's degree in LLM at Washington University in law, also I think in tax law. And for many decades, he was with Phyllis Schlafly. He serves in senior leadership positions in our Eagle Forum organizations, the Eagle Forum Educational Legal Defense Fund, Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. But I mentioned Eagle Trust. I've talked before, John, to our college students here. It's the 27th annual Collegians Summit. All these hundreds, thousands of students. One of the things that Phyllis Schlafly learned to do early in her life was be a writer. And when she passed away, she had an extraordinary trove of writing, books and essays and articles and commentaries that is all owned and held in her estate, that is a part of the future, and that's part of what Eagle Trust does. So welcome, John Schlafly. First of all, as the 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit, why did Phyllis start doing Collegians, John? What's your sense of why Phyllis Schlafly thought it was important and why we keep doing it now?
Well, Phyllis, throughout her career, wanted to enlist younger people in her movement, and she recruited young people. She invited the older people to bring their college-age sons and daughters to their meetings. And so the annual Eagle Forum Collegians just grew out of that effort.
Yeah. John, we were taking questions from our college students, and many of them that some of our alumni are on that have been here in the past in through our Collegian Summit. And one of the questions that we got is, why did Phyllis Schlafly, so famous, so revered as a conservative leader, you know, her book, which I've talked about to our college students on this Collegian Summit virtually, we talk about A Choice Not an Echo, written in 1964, which really launched the conservative movement in many ways. She's credited with having been one of the real important people for Ronald Reagan ascending, 16 years later in 1980 to the presidency. How and why, one of our questions came from the college students, did Phyllis Schlafly pick Donald Trump?
I don't know how many of our listeners will remember when Donald Trump emerged on the national scene. Of course, he's been famous really for all of his life, for 30 years.
Right.
But the idea of running for president, he flirted with the idea in 2012 and then chose not to. And then people said, well, he would never run. He's just doing it from publicity. And then on June 14th, 2015, Mr. Trump and his wife Melania rode down the famous escalator and gave a bang-up, terrific speech that really set the nation on its ear, frankly. And it just grew from there. And Phyllis listened, and she said, "Why don't any other Republicans speak this way?"
Yeah. Well, and John, you mentioned Phyllis Schlafly, and I should say John and his brother Andy continue the weekly column that Phyllis wrote for decades and decades. John and Andy keep it going. Post over at townhall.com, and also at, as I've mentioned over and over, phyllisschlafly.com. Our website has it archived there. But I think it was 2011, Phyllis actually wrote a column about Donald Trump speaking about China. He had been speaking about China for a couple of decades, actually, and then on immigration, on sort of American sovereignty. So, John, you know, one of the through lines or threads for our collegians at this summit has been to answer two questions with speakers like you. And I know we've got some other topics to cover that you and I bounced around. But one is, for college students, what do you tell them at this moment? How do you encourage them? What do you think's at stake for our college students? And the second one is about the creeping, it's not creeping anymore in terms of education, but the creeping socialism and the acceptance of socialism as a positive thing. So first, John, what do you tell our college students about the future, where we are, encourage them? What's going to be the future for them?
Of course, the younger you are, the less of our history you know from your own experience. Today's college students, of course, do not remember the Cold War, don't remember when communism was a national issue that everyone understood was an enemy of our country. And you kind of have to learn that all over again, because I'm afraid it's not being taught in colleges unless you go to Hillsdale. But
there's a few others, but go ahead.
And a few others, yes, a few others.
John, you mentioned
Grove City, where Paul Kengor teaches.
Right.
And Paul Kengor wrote a book entitled The Communist, which was about Barack Obama's mentor, who was a communist. I'm not sure how many of our students even remember Obama that much, because even that has receded into the past. He's stepped off the stage. You notice he's still not really campaigning for Joe Biden. Isn't that interesting?
It is a good point, actually. It's funny that you mentioned that. He hasn't been out at all. Michelle Obama did an appearance recently, but not him. But John, you one of your columns recently, you wrote about the 1776 commission that Donald Trump announced a few weeks ago, talking about education, back to educating on sort of patriotic values. And I know you said it's just so important that he would say that, and what his speech said. In fact, I think you were quoted to me, and might have said to me, that one of the more important speeches he gave. Tell me about why that's so important to you.
Well, there's a movement in America to basically redefine what America is all about. And it's crystallized around something called the 1619 Project, which was created by the New York Times. But it's also much talked about during this past summer of rioting, which some people even refer to it as the 1619 summer, and the idea that the 4th of July should be replaced by Juneteenth. So Donald Trump, fortunately, is having none of that, and he has set a commission to restore and reinstate American values of the founding of our country, including the great men who wrote the documents which define the country that we have. And that is our history, the both good and some bad, but mostly good, which we need to know and understand because that's the country that we have. And there were compromises made when our country was formed, but if it weren't for those compromises, we wouldn't have had a country at all. So people need to understand that, and that used to be agreed by liberal and conservative alike. And for the last generation, the foremost liberal writer on the Civil War and Lincoln and that period was a liberal Democrat, very well known, named James McPherson, who had a best-selling book. And he is on the side of Donald Trump on this matter and against the 1619 Project, which he's called basically a pack of lies. So Trump is moving on that, and I hope we'll see more of that in the second term.
John, I take questions from our collegians. One of the questions from the collegians that they asked me to ask every speaker of a certain age, and you happen to be that certain age, and that is this. When you were a college student, you graduated college in or around 1972, if I'm doing my math right. Did you already know about these issues? Did you care about them? Were you already a conservative, or did it take you longer in your life to catch up to the importance of these issues?
Well, I guess I grew up as a conservative, but during that period, many conservatives, especially younger ones, were very dissatisfied with Republican politicians and elected officials. I mean, of course, Richard Nixon was president. Gerald Ford was the next president. We didn't like them. And we were looking for something, and eventually, a decade later, Reagan emerged on the scene. So when Reagan emerged, then I consolidated the conservatives along a broad spectrum, both young and old. Reagan appealed to young people much, just even though he was the oldest president to date, he appealed much more to young people than did any earlier Republican. So that's kind of the perspective on that.
Okay. We're talking with John Schlafly, who plays senior leadership roles in the Phyllis Schlafly organizations, and also, I mentioned, writes a column every week and appears often on my radio show. John, one of the issues that President Trump ran and won on, which came through his administration, his first term, is a question of immigration and American sovereignty, if I can describe it that way. Can you talk about that? I know you've written about it a bunch, and the late Phyllis Schlafly did a lot. I mean, whether it's the preference for visas for immigrants from other nations that take jobs that Americans can do, the question of illegal immigrants. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are on the record saying we should give free health care to all illegal immigrants, which is 20+ million people. That would be not only cost a lot, it would sort of shatter the Medicaid and Medicare systems. But that question, John, of immigration, the media tries to make it into, oh, you must be anti other people or all. But how important is that? How important that is for this moment and for the future?
It is a very important issue. Now, President Trump is not really talking about that so much this year, which is a little surprising because he has a good story to tell. He's accomplished a lot, so much so that the people who are promoting more immigration have complained bitterly about it, because the numbers show that President Trump has managed, even without the support of Congress, to make substantial cuts in the amount of immigration that's coming into America. In fact, a recent editorial in the New York Times complained that he basically cut legal immigration in half from what it used to be before he became president. And he's cut the number of refugees that we accept by about 80 or 90%. Now, those are major changes. Now, I don't know, of course, when immigration has been a controversial subject, even among conservatives in some cases. And some people are a little sensitive because many of us are descended from immigrants and have sentimental feelings about our immigrant ancestors. But the fact is that the number of immigrants that have come into the United States for the last 25 years until Donald Trump has been way too high. And the public believes it's too high. And you take polls and you ask people what they think the right number of immigrants should be, it's much lower than we've been taking. And the majority of people want immigration reduced because America is changing too far and too fast due to people from other parts of the world who come here and don't share our values, many of them, and they congregate in their own ethnic communities, speaking their own language. They never assimilate, integrate, or become Americans. And they even get elected to Congress from their own insular ethnic communities. And of course, the poster child for that is Ilhan Omar. And, you could say, use her as an example of when immigration is too high. When somebody like Ilhan Omar could come to this country and be protected by our country and then learn to hate America and be elected to Congress.
Yeah. John, we're talking with John Schlafly. Again, the Schlafly Report posts over at townhall.com and phyllisschlafly.com. It's archived there. John, one final question, which is a big one. You mentioned that a lot of our college age and even older in college age don't really remember the Cold War. If they do, they think to themselves, well, the Soviet Union, they lost, America won, and now we're where we are. When you think and talk about communist China, and the question of what the communist part of that is. It's not just a rival. This isn't a rival nation or a rival trading partner or a rival trading entity. It's a communist regime that has as its goal a managed economy where the powerful control the whole economy. Private rights, private ownership rights are diminished if non-existent. And yet a lot of the coverage is, well, China, we get cheap goods from there and maybe it's not such a big deal. What's your sense on the China question and what young people should know about that vis-a-vis what the system is? The American system is market capitalism with private property rights protection. The communist Chinese is government control and very, very different. It's not close. And I worry that our higher education, for example, teaches that these symbols these systems are, well, they're different, but they can work out if you just work them right.
Well, China is a one-party state, and the only allowable party is the Communist Party. Many of the major enterprises, companies, are state-owned enterprises, SEOs, and even the ones that are not fully state-owned are partly state-owned and state-controlled. And enterprises are designated to be so-called national champions, and the companies that are national champions get preferences under the Chinese system. So when American companies try to compete over there, they find they cannot do that unless they do the bidding of the people who run the show over there. And so this is not free enterprise. And my view is we should not allow China or the state-owned enterprises of China or the companies that China is promoting, like Huawei is a perfect example, to participate in the world trading system. They should be restricted. They should not be allowed on the U.S. Stock Exchange. They should not be allowed to, own property and basically compete in America as if they were just any other company, because they're not just any other company. They are organized in a way that no American can compete with them unless the Americans go to China and basically become Chinese, as in effect General Motors has done. So, it's a very serious thing and the Trump administration understands that. Peter Navarro in the White House understands it. He wrote a book and movie called Death by China before he went into the White House, and he has the right idea about how to deal with that emerging threat to our country.
All right, so let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer. Do you have a TikTok account, John Schlafly? All right, never mind. Now listen, John, that's what this is. This is anti-TikTok. You're like probably working for one of the American-owned social media giants. I know how this works. John, last question. 2 books, one book by Phyllis Schlafly and one other book that you recommend to our college students.
Well, The Conservative Case for Trump is certainly the book. Well, although it came out 4 years ago, it's still worth reading today because it tells, why, 4 years ago, the thrust of that book was to teach Phyllis's traditional audience why Trump is a conservative, because many conservatives then didn't understand that, and she explained why. So that was an important path-breaking landmark book, Ed, and you had a role in that yourself.
Yes. All right. The one non-Phyllis Schlafly book that you recommend.
Well, I might mention, Ed, there was a new book that came out just about a month or perhaps 6 weeks ago called Promises Made, Promises Kept.
Oh, very
and it's
good.
a very easy read. It's like one promise per page. You can memorize it, and you can get your talking points for the next 3 weeks.
All right, very good. I like that, John. That was excellent. Very good. All right, well, we'll get your TikTok account open and we'll give it to all the college students, and you guys can start exchanging things. All right, John Schlafly, everybody. You can, again, every Tuesday evening, he posts his column, The Schlafly Report, with his brother Andy. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Ed.
All right, we'll be right back. We got a lot more here on the 27th Annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. Welcome again, the Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. So grateful to be together. Getting lots of your comments and questions. If we don't get to them, I know one slipped through to Ambassador Sam Brownback. I missed it. We will get back to you, but don't worry. We'll also put all these talks up on our YouTube channel. John Schlafly mentioned this book. It really is a very helpful book. Phyllis Schlafly, myself, and Brett Decker wrote it 4 years ago. Right about now, made the New York Times bestseller list. It's a good breakdown of why Trump's conservative. And then John also mentioned the top 100 Trump promises made, promises kept, which we came out with, myself and Jordan Henry, just a few weeks ago. It really is just, it's 120 pages, 140 pages of all the promises made, promises kept, so you can tell your friends. I mentioned earlier, either one of these books, if you want a copy, let us know. We'll send them to you free of charge, so you can get armed up. Okay, I'm very excited to welcome our next guest here at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit is David Horowitz. And I want to tell you, Dave, before I'm going to plug these, because look at this. I don't have a full Horowitz library. That would be way too many, but I have this. Look, how many of your friends, David Horowitz, have this book? Is called Mortality and Faith. This one is called The End of Time. The End of Time is mostly in this book. They're both extraordinary. They're not really Horowitz. David Horowitz writes about Blitz. This is the newest one. Trump will smash the left and win. Big agenda from a few years ago. And then all books on how to fight the crazy radicals on the left. But these two books, I have to tell you, young people, college students, really good. If you're spending your time, thinking, which I don't know if you are because you're in college, these are two good ones. So anyway, welcome David Horowitz, the founder of the David Horowitz Freedom Center, best-selling author, and started his life as a lefty and then got smart and is finishing the fight of his life, the Trump agenda and Blitz. So David, welcome to the Collegian Summit.
Thank you, Ed. Thanks for all the kind words there.
So what do you say to college kids right now, David?
Oh, don't believe your teachers.
Really?
Indoctrinate you, yeah. Well, it depends where you're going to school and it depends what you're studying. Stick to the hard sciences is what I would say.
Yeah.
Liberals are very dangerous.
All right.
They urged all the conservatives. A conservative on a faculty, a liberal arts faculty, is as rare as a unicorn. All the others are communists. You don't really want to pay too much attention to what they're saying.
David, you mentioned that about universities, and then young people are by disproportionately on social media. Today we're finding that Twitter, Facebook, the others are blocking access to the New York Post, not exactly a far out of the mainstream magazine. What's your thoughts on what's happening?
Communists. Look, I was brought up by communists, so I know what a communist is. And the tech industries that the tech companies. There's a really good book by Alan Bukhari of Breitbart called Deleted, about how a handful of companies really control the whole public conversation, and they're dedicated leftists. There's a kind of two-way passageway going from Google to the Obama White House when Obama was in the White House. They're all in the Democrat Party, and they censor. They want to fix this election, and they want to fix the country to conform to their leftist views.
So what do we do? What do we do about it?
But Blitz, you'll know the Democrat Party is a racist party and an anti-American party. Very dangerous party. We're watching these last few days, this travesty of a confirmation hearing for Amy Barrett. The Democrats are out to wreck the Supreme Court. They want to destroy the independent character of the judiciary, which is not a political branch of government. And they want to make it an appendage of the legislative branch, which destroys it. So every one of them is there asking her, whether she'll support Obamacare, whether she'll support Roe v. Wade, abortion. These are improper questions to be asking. You ask about a person's attitude towards the Constitution. Her job, when she gets on the Supreme Court, is to interpret the Constitution, not to produce a political result. But the Democrats, they're entirely corrupt. And it's interesting because Ruth Bader Ginsburg, for example, was an extreme leftist, an ideologue.
Right.
She worked for the ACLU, which is an extreme left organization, supports terrorists. It's a really bad organization. She headed their women's rights projects. There were only 3 votes against her. Republicans did the right thing. They interviewed her, and they did not try to block her. They didn't do what the Democrats have done to Kavanaugh and Clarence Thomas and Judge Bork and what they tried to do to Amy Barrett. I mean, wasted people's time. If I were Lindsey Graham, I would have just shut them down. They made speech. Some of them didn't even ask questions. I mean, that is contempt for the American people, a contempt for our constitutional order, and they shouldn't have a platform. But Republicans are too damn nice. So nice.
We're talking with David Horowitz and David Horowitz Freedom Center, frontpagemag.com to see many writings. And so, David, we're 3 weeks from the election. And, college students, a lot of them are having to do classes virtually. They're watching in this summit here. Tell us what's going to happen in the next 3 weeks, what you expect. Tell us, yeah.
Crystal ball reader. I know that Nancy Pelosi wants to be the next president. Out of her blooming mind. I know that Kamala Harris is a very, very dangerous individual. And I know that, you got college kids. Well, I could say it. Joe Biden is a senile, corrupt political whore. It's a disgrace to the nation that he's even a candidate.
What happens, though? What's going to happen? You've seen it. You've been around. This isn't your first rodeo. What's going to happen?
If it wasn't Donald Trump leading the patriotic forces, I would say it's all over. The Democrats are going to find a way to win the election. But it's Trump. And I don't think he's going to let him get away with it. I'm counting on that. I tell you, if the Democrats win, they will prosecute the Trump team, including the president, and put them all in jail. That's what they'll start by doing.
And David, that's what I wanted. I was just going to ask you that. For our collegians that are listening, your history, you know what these people are like. And when people say that John Brennan, a communist, did what he did, when Susan Rice did what they did, it was a coup. That we now have the facts are out there. It was a coup against the duly elected president, and no one's being held accountable because they don't actually play by rules. They just play by power.
deep state is still in place. The head of the FBI is sitting on information.
CIA.
The head of the CIA, she's sitting on, and they're all involved in it. They're all implicated. So we're in a very, very dangerous situation as a nation. I'm just praying that Trump will pull it out. He's amazing.
How about your observations, David, on how the pandemic has been utilized by the left?
It shows what traitors the Democrats are. Here we have an enemy, China, which developed this virus in a weapons laboratory, is what they did. The Wuhan lab, it's run by the Chinese military, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party. They developed this virus artificially to be deadly and contagious. They concealed it, that fact, for a couple of months, spread it around the world. It was a common enemy that all Americans face. It doesn't distinguish between Democrats and Republicans. And Trump did the right thing as commander-in-chief. He shut the border. He did what was his responsibility, which was ventilators, masks, tests, and now vaccines. And the Democrats used the virus to side with the Chinese and the virus against Trump, try to blame Trump. This moron, Biden, this is one disgusting human being. I don't know where he gets a halfway decent reputation. Has accused Trump of killing every coronavirus patient. Trump doesn't have control over a single healthcare system. We have a federal system, so it's all in the hands of the governors. We all know that.
Right.
Whether you have a lockdown or not, that's the governor's decision. Whether you put COVID patients in nursing homes and kill people, those are governor's decisions. That Trump doesn't have any say over any more than he had over the riots in the cities. His hands are tied. It's local. We had a very decentralized system. And the Democrats, of course, want to obliterate that, and they want to concentrate all power in Washington, and they hate the Supreme Court now because there are people, the majority of the justices actually believe in the American system as they don't.
We're talking with David Horowitz, and David, I'm getting questions from our media accounts where people, the platforms are watching. Here's a question: what are the differences between the leftist radicals of the 1960s and the leftist radicals of today?
The leftist radicals today are 100 times stronger and more vicious, and much better funded. I have to say, there were. I don't know, there were hardly riots even in the 60s. There were bombings by the Weather Underground. But there was nothing like the violence of these Black Lives Matter lunatics.
And how do you stop them then? How do you stop them by contrast?
It's really simple. It's illegal to occupy a street without a parade permit, for example. I would have just declare a curfew, arrest everybody who's out there, and ship them off to Guantanamo, where they belong with the rest of our enemies. These people are enemies of America. A terrible thing has happened. The hard left has really taken over the Democrat Party. It's a racist party. Identity politics, critical race theory, that's pure racism. There's a book out, bestseller by Ibram Kendi, a sort of halfwit, called How to Be an Anti-Racist. And the only way to be I kid you not, this is what the book says, the only way to be an anti-racist is to agree with Ibram Kendi on policy. If you think affirmative action works badly for its intended beneficiaries like black people, you're a racist. And that's what I've read the book actually. That's what it says. If you're neutral on climate change, you're a racist. That's what the book says.
We're talking.
He said, it is so stupid, this book. He says that the main pollution in the world comes from white countries like America. It's exactly the reverse. We actually have the best carbon levels, and that the people of color areas of the world, the southern in the south, they suffer. The fact is that China and India are the two biggest polluters in the world. It's 3 billion people we're talking about who are pumping coal dust into the atmosphere and whatever else. But they will not observe the Paris Climate Accords. The only people who respect their standards is the United States, which is why Trump pulled out of it. Why should we fund Chinese and Indian polluters?
David we're talking with David Horowitz, the founder of the David Horowitz Freedom Center, and frontpagemag.com is the website. Here's a comment from Facebook. I love David Horowitz's fighting spirit. He does understand the opposition and he's not afraid to say it. David, I hate to say it, that's easy for you. They can't cancel David Horowitz. He's got his own name, David Horowitz Freedom Center. But man alive, everybody else they try to cancel. How do you get people to stand up for? How should people learn to stand up for what they believe in?
First of all, I love that post and comment, because that's my main message: fight fire with fire. Now, you're absolutely right. If you have a regular job, you got to watch yourself. But everybody should stand up to the best of their ability. Don't put yourself in too much harm's way. But if we don't fight, we lose the country. It's that simple. And that's why they hate Donald Trump, because he fights, because he tells it like it is, because he's not afraid to go in their jugulars. These are evil people, these Democrats. They're awful people. They lie. They're character assassins. The first thing they try to do is destroy a person's reputation. This Mazie Hirono lunatic who asked Amy Barrett if she was a sexual predator. My God, I mean, this is so embarrassing to be an American and the same, country as Mazie Hirono or any of these people, Sheldon Whitehouse, all of these idiots. So you've got to try to tell it like it is. You can always find a way to finesse it, but always go for the jugular. Conservatives are too well bred. They're too well brought up. They're very polite. They don't want to embarrass people who want to kill them.
We're talking with David Horowitz. David, one last question. Back to the young people, the collegians that are watching this. They know in 3 weeks there's an election. They're self-selecting. They're at the Phyllis Schlafly, Collegian Summit, so they're conservative enough. They're interested. But tell them what to do in the next 3 weeks. Tell them what to do in the next 3 years. Give them that Horowitz. You started to do it there, but what should they do?
Weeks. Try to get as many people to vote for Trump as you can. If you can, volunteer as a poll watcher. It's pretty obvious. We're in a war. It's life and death for our country. I consider it that serious. And over the next few years, arm yourselves. There are some terrific books out there. If you're in the tech end, read Bohari's book, Deleted, very important. But there's so many good books. Candace Owens just came out with a book. I can't tell you. Lee Smith has written a book called Permanent Coup. If you want a fun book, Sean Spicer's book I think it's out today. The chapter on Dancing with the Stars is worth the price of the book.
Really?
He was challenged rhythmically, but then you read in the book, he had a school teacher. He was in the band and he was trying to play the snare drums, and the teacher said, "Sean, your rhythm is natural as a steamroller. You have no rhythm." And this guy went out. It was really heroic. What a good sport. And he describes in the book how they shot him down. I mean, this politics is everywhere now.
Maybe, hey, David, let's make some news. Why don't you agree to go on Dancing with the Stars yourself? I think that would be really good.
Can't do it. Actually, my legs wouldn't do it these days. Age has a lot of bumps.
I guess so. All right. Well, David Horowitz, the most important book right now for David Horowitz before the next 3 weeks is Blitz, Trump Will Smash the Left and Win. Get that, and there's a lot more to read on David. Thanks, David, as always, for all your help.
Thank you, Ed. It's been a gas.
All right. David Horowitz, everybody, thank you. He's amazing. Frontpagemag.com. You can find his stuff and a lot more. Okay. We've got a couple more videos towards the end. Let me remind you, if you want to be an intern with our organization, phyllisschlafly.com/internships. We also have extraordinary resources at phyllisschlafly.com. Just got an email from one of our folks who was looking up on Wikipedia. We had some interns this summer who spent a lot of the summer reading Phyllis Schlafly's many books and then creating Wikipedia pages for what they are about so that we can spread the word. So there's lots of ways you can help. And our next guest, this is really very helpful. I think you'll be pleased to hear this. For our college students, our collegians, is Tammy Nichols. Tammy Nichols is a state representative in Idaho now. She serves in the Idaho legislature. She's a mother, raising her family, small business owner, she and her husband, and she's been a longtime Phyllis Schlafly Eagle leader, our Idaho leader, and done a lot. And so first of all, welcome, Tammy. Great to see you. How are you today?
I'm good, Ed. How are you doing this evening?
Doing great. You know, we've got all these collegians that are paying attention. They're asking questions online on our platform, so we'll probably get some in. But Tammy, first of all, tell people, why'd you run for office? A lot of the folks collegians that would be in here would say, maybe I'll run for office someday. You ran, you served. Why'd you do it? Well, you got a family or a busy life, and is it worth it? And tell us about it.
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I get asked that quite a bit. And basically the bottom line is that I do love to serve. I love to serve the people in the area. And I've been raised to provide service, to want to serve people. It's been kind of inbred in me with my church and just my family in general. But I really saw a need that the people in my district did not have a voice, that they really weren't being represented well. And I felt that I could help maybe do that. But more importantly, I also felt that I wanted to help people to be able to get involved in the process. It's supposed to be a government by the people. And so those two things encouraged me to take that leap and to run for office. It's not for the faint of heart, though. It is not the easiest job. You get the good, bad, and the ugly all mixed together, but it's definitely worth it. And so that's one of the reasons that I ran.
And you're in the legislature, and I've heard the stories for a couple of years. All of a sudden, conservatives aren't doing what they're supposed to. Maybe Idaho's now getting too many Californians moving there. But maybe what are the top three issues that the state faces? Whether it's the intrusion by the federal government, which has happened, whether it's the weak-willed so-called conservatives. Name two or three issues that you're facing that people might be interested in?
Sure. Well, first of all, Idaho as a state is one of the fastest growing states in the nation. And so we've had this huge influx of people coming in from all over. I mean, yes, we do get them from California, right, but we're getting them from all other states too, because they see what Idaho has to offer and they like what they see. And what they probably currently have in their state is not as appeasing anymore. Right. So they're trying to find so they can go to where they can raise their family and have a better life. And so Idaho does have a lot to offer that way currently. But yeah, so growth is going to be an issue. Taxes are also a big issue here in our state and have been. Even though we are lower compared to a lot of other states, for our state in general, it seems high to us. So we need to figure that out. And just with the whole COVID thing going on, there's some changes that need to be made as far as the governmental process and the branches of government, and not giving too much control to one branch in particular, and that there's decisions being made with the legislature as well as the executive branch, and that we can do what's best for the people in Idaho. So those are some of our top three issues.
We're talking with Tammy Nichols, and it's nicholsforidaho.com, right? Nichols, nicholsforidaho.com. You can find out more about Tammy. Tammy, one of the issues that we haven't talked about for our collegians and that's one of the reasons I want to make sure we talk to you about this issue, because Idaho is facing it, is the transgender issue. And it's kind of swept across universities and schools, the idea that, you know, boys that identify as girls are going and playing sports and taking all the prizes and dominating the field. Tell us what Idaho's done, where things are, and how that issue is playing out.
Yeah, so we are seeing that happening. It has been going on for the last few years, and there's been a surge, it seems like, in kids wanting to transition for whatever reason to the opposite sex that they currently are. And so we're seeing boys dominating in girls' sports, and that's been unfortunate because, you know, girls in the past have had to work really hard, first just to be able to compete in sports, and secondly to be able to maintain their positions in the sports world. And so we have these boys now that are competing, biological boys that are saying they're girls, now competing in girls' sports and are dominating the game. And so these girls that have worked really, really hard, and I'm a mother of a daughter, so I can understand this, but these girls that have worked really, really hard are now losing out on lots of opportunities, including scholarships and more athletic opportunities, being able to go to different colleges. But we're also seeing this in the high school too. So it's really unfortunate because we shouldn't be putting our girls in this situation. They should be able to participate and practice and work hard like they've been doing and know that they're going to have a fair playing field to be able to compete on. So Idaho passed a law that basically said that biological boys need to play on biological boys teams and that they can't go over into girls sports. It's to protect the girls and, you know, biological girls. So that went in, it was signed into law, and then a lawsuit came about because of it. And it went through the court process. And I had the opportunity to talk to Secretary DeVos the other day, and she said that, and I asked her what was going to happen as far as the educational aspect of that went on the federal level. And she said that it was going to be handled by the Department of Justice. And so that's unfortunately, it looks like it's probably going to not end well for us this time, but it doesn't mean that we're going to stop. So, and we'll continue to work on protecting our girls so they have fair play in the sport.
I'm getting some questions, and our folks are on our platform here for Tammy Nichols. One of these, and I'll put two of them together, was what's the best way for a college student to connect with his elected officials? Someone else put, how do they get your attention? If you're an elected official, you got all kinds of people that are trying to get in touch. You got the governor's office wants to talk, your county chairman wants to talk, your business people want to talk. How does a college student get your attention?
Yeah, so you know what, I don't care what their age is or what, how old they are. Even an 8-year-old can get my attention if they really want to. I want to hear what everybody has to say. But I tell everybody what they need to do is that they need to participate in the governmental process to begin with. And I don't care how they go about doing that as far as getting our attention. We're lucky in Idaho that we have a very open door policy down at the Capitol when we're in session. People can come and make appointments. They can come and sit in on committee meetings. There's lots of opportunities for the people here in the state to be able to participate. But people need to reach out to their elected representatives. They need to ask them questions and find out about who these people are, because when it comes to election time again, you have to get to know your representatives so that you know who you're going to vote for and find out where they stand on issues and what their voting record looks like. That's even more important because people can tell you all sorts of things, but you got to actually look at what kind of action they've taken. And so write them, talk to them, attend meetings. There's, I know that it's called different things in different states, but here in Idaho, we have central committee meetings with precinct positions that people hold, and it's an elected position. But get involved just at any level that you can, whether it's local or state, it doesn't matter. But get to know the representatives that are in your area and keep in contact with them. You can call them usually, email them, find them on their social media accounts, but whatever you need to do, just keep in contact with them.
Tammy, I was earlier in the Collegians Summit, and you've been a part of this before, where we have our in-person. We spend 3 days with the college students, and there's a lot of chance to build rapport and all. But I was telling one of our other guests earlier, Phyllis Schlafly wrote an essay or a column, I guess it would be, in 1960. She was 36 years old, and the title was "The Big Things Are Done by Little People." And she's describing how in history, it wasn't necessarily the senators or someone that was that did this, or you didn't have to wait to be famous. And she gave these examples. 1924, a Chinese student in America mailed a book back to China about communism to the right person, the Dr. Sun, who was the father of the Chinese Republic. He changed his position. And then another example, in 1948, immigrant to America, a barber, started a letter campaign to Italy. And as you just said, and for our collegians, you have email addresses, you have phone numbers, you can leave a message for Tammy Nichols. If you're watching right now, you could, without me telling you, you could go and do a search for Tammy Nichols, Idaho Legislature. I bet you'd find her email address. You could send her a message that she'd probably get in the next 5 minutes because it's on her phone, and say, hey, I have this question, I have this comment. And you'd be surprised how that kind of contact can make a huge difference to someone like Tammy, who's responsive. Some of the people on the left don't care. They don't care what you say, and some people won't care. Yeah. But that's a characteristic. You have that chance if you want to take it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that even if your own representative won't give you the time of day, because I've heard of that happening, and that's unfortunate because they're supposed to be representing their constituents. Reach out to some of the other ones. You're going to find somebody that you can connect with that's in that position that will take the time to talk with you and to address your concerns or find out whatever it is. I mean, I have in my district approximately 40 to 45,000 people that are in my district, and that's a lot of people to try to keep tabs on, if you will. And so I get a lot of messages, especially during the session, but I try really, really hard to reach out and reach back and to, answer questions. And if I can't help them fully, I try to at least give them some direction or some guidance or something that they can do. The other thing I would say, as far as, getting attention, find organizations that are in your area that address issues that you're concerned about or what have you, and get involved with them, because those organizations usually do a lot of networking with legislators, and they will know the people, and you can help with the issue that you might have concern with, and you can also get to know the legislators at the same time.
It's great. Thanks, Tammy. You're getting a great reaction of our viewers, our listeners. Thank you very much. It's great advice. So we've got to kind of wrap things up now. So Tammy Nichols, go find her email address, send her an email. I'm sure she'll respond. So we appreciate you, Tammy. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks very much. Okay, everybody, we're winding down now. A few housekeeping. We got a couple more videos I want to show you. Some of our previous participants in Collegians, in our Collegians Summit, recorded some short videos. We'll play them back to back to back here in a moment, including one of our great friends, Madeleine Castle, who went on. She works in politics. She'd be a resource too. But let me just say this, and I'll reiterate it afterwards. We'd love to have you get more involved. We want you connected to our work. If you're not signed up for our email list, please go to phyllisschlafly.com, sign up there. We'd love to have you at Collegians next summer. We're going to do it in Washington in person. By that time, the COVID stuff will have passed through, God willing. And we also would love for you to be an intern. So phyllisschlafly.com/internships, find out more there. We got a lot of work to do together, and we got a lot of work for the next little bit less than 3 weeks for sure, and then after that too. So let's play these videos from some previous participants in our Collegian Summit, and we'll come back and wrap things up. Here are those videos, please.
Hi, it's great to join you at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. I'm Maeve Coulter, and I am currently a college student at Missouri Baptist University. I'm playing volleyball there and studying sport management. When I was in high school, I had the wonderful opportunity as a homeschooled high school student to intern with the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles in their St. Louis Center. It is there that I learned about the life and conservative ideals of the late Phyllis Schlafly. She was an incredible woman. She was one of the first people to support President Trump in the 2016 election, and I'm excited to vote in my first presidential election this year for President Trump. As an intern with the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, I help with projects in their center, such as putting on pro-life stickers on hats for the pro-life luncheon. I scanned articles from the archives and uploaded them to the website. I took notes at meetings and helped distribute pro-life valentines to the representatives at the Missouri State Capitol and attended political events. While interning, I was able to pick up knowledge and find resources that I could use to help defend my conservative viewpoints. Socialism is pushed on many college campuses, but sadly it has also trickled down to high schools and even grade schools. I witnessed this in the 1 year that I attended Catholic high school before returning to homeschooling. I'm still defending my conservative ideas to peers from my class. Just this week, one of them argued something that I posted on my Instagram about Donald Trump, and it's great to know that I have the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles as a resource to help me voice my beliefs. At the community college where I took dual enrollment classes, I had a professor tell me that I was extremely right-winged and that most people don't think like me. Luckily, I know that there are people out there like me, people like you who care enough to attend this Collegian Summit. I encourage you to follow the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles on social media, to read their articles, and look to them for guidance and support to find out what you can do to help make America great. God bless.
Hi, I'm Madeleine Castle, the legislative aide for Ohio State Representative Jenna Powell, and I'm thrilled to invite you to join us for this year's Eagle Collegian Summit. I had the opportunity to go to Eagle Collegians twice while I was in college, and it was a fabulous experience. I had a great time hearing from experts in the DC conservative political world, as well as meeting my peers from across the country with shared ideas. I am still friends with many of these individuals today. Eagle Forum Education and Legal Defense Fund also offers college students the opportunity to intern in their DC office. I had the chance to intern with Executive Director Rebecca Gantner the summer before my senior year of college. This was a great experience. I had the chance to lobby congressional offices, attend informational meetings for lobbyists in DC, and get a picture of what it looks like to be a nonprofit in the DC world. You could have this experience as well, and I highly recommend it. The chance we have this year for Eagle Collegian Summit is that since it's virtual, not only college students can go, anyone can attend, and I look forward to going myself, and I hope to see you there.
Hi, it's great to join you at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. I'm Reid Coulter. I'm not a college student yet, but I've been involved in politics since an early age. One of the earliest things I remember doing was marching in a parade for a conservative candidate running for Missouri office. That candidate is now the president of the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, Mr. Ed Martin. I remember I was super excited to hand out candy to the onlookers who filled the streets. He did not win that election, but he taught me a valuable lesson, and that is important to continue being involved in politics. I've marched in many parades after that with pro-life groups and conservative candidates. I've helped my family deliver election signs to citizens and stood outside polls with signs promoting the candidate. I've made phone calls for my senator, Ann Wagner. I've attended many rallies for candidates. I was super excited to receive an autograph from Vice President Pence at one of the rallies. How about that debate? He did an awesome job. I've also attended several Phyllis Schlafly Eagle Council where I've had the opportunity to meet and learn many conservative leaders. It is important to be involved in politics, even doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, get started. If we don't work to learn about the issues and the candidates, we could find ourselves very unhappy with the outcomes we have and have to work twice as hard to fix the problems.
Well, thank you everybody for being a part of the 27th annual Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit. It wasn't like the other ones have been where we're in person and building all that rapport and camaraderie, but next year we'll have that. So three things I want to tell you. Number one, please put it on your calendar for next summer to be a part of our Collegian Summit. We'd love to have you with us together in Washington, D.C. We'll have great speakers like we did tonight and lots of time together. So please do that. As soon as we get a date, we'll get that to you. Number two, if you'd like a copy of either of these books, The Conservative Case for Trump, The Promises Made, Promises Kept, get in touch. We'll send them to you. And so you can use them in the upcoming 3 weeks. It's important to continue to argue. I want to highlight for you Phyllis Schlafly's other book, It's called, the maybe most famous book by far is A Choice Not an Echo, about how the insiders were dominating the political party. The ruling class was kept knocking conservatives back. She self-published it in 1964. It sold 3.5 million copies and continues today. It was reissued in 2014 with an update. And so extraordinary book, A Choice Not an Echo. If you haven't read it, you need to read that also. The final thing, third thing I want to encourage you, you are the future. You hear that all the time, but there's so many opportunities for you. One of the things that's happening with our world and our economy is everything is accessible to you. And it may feel like, school is hard if you're going virtual, things are changing quickly. But as to the issues you care about, and by being on this Collegians Summit together, you care about these issues. Whatever the ones that maybe get your heart really pumping or other ones that you care about, just love America, find a way to contribute. And we want to be a part of that. The Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, our many organizations, the work we do, connect with us. We have a great team. I should thank them now. Thank Ryan Haidt, our comms director who makes the technology work. Rebecca Gantner, who you saw on camera, our executive director in DC, does a great job, especially getting our speakers. Jordan Henry, research director in St. Louis in the Phyllis Schlafly Center. Gwen Kelly, who does incredible work in our archives and also on social media. Joanna Spilger, who is our administrator there and keeps us all on track a bit. So all these people, we're ready to help you. Deb Pentecost, who's our archivist, John Schlafly, you saw mentioned, tons and tons of people, all our Eagles. What we do is try to find ways to help each other and including our collegians. So reach out to us if we can help you get speakers, identify issues. We've got a world of resource available to you. And I mentioned Phyllis Schlafly being a writer. She believed in being a writer, and it helped her be a speaker, helped her be a thinker. She wrote all the time, and we encourage you to do that too, and got plenty of examples of her work. So thank you for being a part of this. I hope you will be connected with us in whatever way we can help. Let me finish just by saying, when we say God bless America, we say it because we know so many blessings have already been given to us. And we want more, of course, but we really want more of America, more going forward. I remember Gwen Kelly, I just mentioned from our staff, came to me once and said, I know why Phyllis Schlafly believed in Trump. I think the thing they had in common, I've got it. I said, what is that? And she said, both Trump and Phyllis Schlafly, they just love America and they want more of it for the American people. I think that's right. And the people that are trying to take it away from us, we have to fight back, but we also have to celebrate what we have. So thank you for being a part of the Phyllis Schlafly Collegian Summit, the 27th annual. We'll be in touch very soon, and God bless you and God bless America.
The American people will come first once again.
The grassroots can organize and take on all the powers that be and defeat them.
Not all leaders are born. Leaders can be made. You can make yourself a leader.
Be a leader to make a difference. And I did believe and do believe that we can do it.
But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again.
We need you, and we can do it if we work together.
We are called to be faithful and to give it everything we've got and leave it all on this field. And then we trust Him for the outcome.
We have the talent and the resources and the commitment of people right here in this room to turn our country around, to turn it in the right direction instead of the left direction.
We will honor the American people with the truth and nothing else.
You're either for the Constitution or you're not. You either believe in the Constitution the way the people wrote it, and you believe in the laws the way that we, the people, wrote them, or you want to impose your own values.
And we do need leaders like you in the conservative movement who have the courage of your convictions and who you can get other people to come along and join you We are counting on you to educate your representatives and public officials about these issues.
There is nothing that we cannot accomplish according to the grace of Almighty God who we serve. There's no victory we cannot win. There are no odds too long.
It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever.